Hey folks, it's your Governor Josh Stein. Look around you. This room is full of young people who are working tirelessly to build a better and brighter future for our state and our country. Each of you in this room is making a difference, and I am grateful. Thanks to you all, we actually accomplished a lot right here in North Carolina during the 2024 elections. In my race, we beat our divisive opponent by 15 points, the largest margin of victory in a governor's race in nearly 50 years. But it wasn't just the governor's race that we won or that mattered. We held the important offices of Attorney General and Secretary of State, picked up the Lieutenant Governor and Superintendent of Public Instruction, won our only competitive congressional race, Don Davis's, the seat that they're now trying to rig with their gerrymander. We held serve in the state Senate under worse maps, broke the supermajority in the state House, and put Justice Allison Riggs back on the Supreme Court, even in the face of what was a brazen attempt by Republicans to steal that election. We also gave people across this nation hope. North Carolina was a bright spot on what was otherwise a dark night for the entire country. And do you know what makes North Carolina shine a little more brightly? Roy Cooper running for the United States Senate and Justice Anita Earls running for re-election to the Supreme Court. So thank you. Thank you for all that you did for our state and our country, and for giving me the honor of a lifetime of serving the people of North Carolina and fighting for them as their governor. And thank goodness for my Democratic allies in the General Assembly. Right now, the Republican General Assembly is pushing legislation that would make our state less safe and less strong. They want to authorize teenagers with no safety training whatsoever to carry concealed weapons and ban abortion with no exceptions whatsoever. But because of your work last cycle breaking the supermajority and giving me a veto, these bills are not law. But we still have so much more work to do. We can grow this economy and make sure that it works for everyone. More good jobs with good wages for every person. We can invest in our students, raise teacher pay because every student deserves a quality education. We can expand access to childcare so that parents can afford to go to work. We can lower the cost of housing by building more homes. We can expand access to affordable, quality health care. We can keep families safe. All of these issues and so much more are on the line this November. Our legislative, judicial, and local candidates are hard at work. Our job is simple: support those campaigns and help them win. So let's do it. Let's get to work and let's win some elections. That's how we'll build a country that is safer, stronger, and more prosperous with real opportunity for every person.
More expensive. In a world where young people already struggle to pay for housing, school, and even day-to-day things like going out with friends, Trump's foreign interventions have cost thousands of lives, and he's using our taxpayer dollars to pay for it. And here at home, he has turned ICE loose in our communities, my community as an immigrant. And we cannot allow this to continue. His Gestapo is tearing families apart and murdering people in our streets. But young people are saying hell fucking no. And we are here today to play our part in making change. The Voters of Tomorrow Summit began as a way to convene young leaders, Yes, to connect with elected officials. Yes, to learn new skills. But most importantly, to build community amongst the people who are and will be leading us for decades to come. After all, community is our strongest weapon against fascism. We're in a true community with one another. They cannot divide and they cannot conquer when you know your neighbor. You won't believe the lies that they will try to tell you about them. But when we take care of one another, when we become less dependent on the systems that they built to keep us down, we always win. No one has embodied community building better than our incredible Voters of Tomorrow chapters. Woo, yeah, applause for our chapters. Our chapters have hosted events across the country that embody all powerful aspects of community. Our Missouri chapter hosting a pride event in their deeply conservative town. Our Penn State chapter serving at their local food pantries. Our West Hampton chapter hosting beach cleanups. Or thinking outside the box, like right here in Raleigh, where our chapter hosted a student-led film festival showcasing films that highlight policy issues that they care about. Young people are not waiting on the sidelines, and actions like this make our community stronger. And we can all learn from young activists like this. So I actually have some homework for you today. I challenge you to go to the breakout sessions and learn something new, to find a new inspiration from a keynote speaker that you hear today. But most importantly, I want everyone to leave with a new friend. I want everyone to be intentional about speaking with someone that they don't know, even if that might make some of you nervous. And we want to make sure that you bring to them what you take out of all of these sessions. I also want you to ask them what actions they're gonna take in the next 3 months. Are they knocking doors? Are they organizing online? Are they optimistic that they will make a difference? And can you join them? Lastly, I want you to ask them about their dreams. What does the brighter future that we're building together look like? Because when we come together, like we are here, like we are in homes really across the country, I have absolutely no doubt that all of those dreams are within reach. Someday, someone's gonna ask us what we did when it mattered most. And I want every single person in this room to have a super easy answer. I want you to say, I was at Summit, I showed up. I found my people, I fought for a brighter future, and that future starts today, in this room with all of you. So thank you for being here, thank you for tuning in online, and let's do another Summit.
Now introducing our first panel of the day, the State of Gen Z Organizing, featuring Ashley Delgado, Aaron Boz-Lunn, and Kaya Jones.
This lighting, I love it. I know, I can barely see. All right, how are we feeling? Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know, I feel like we're a little low energy. Does everyone want to stand up real quick? Let's just shake it out real quick. All right, sorry. A big part of my organizing practice is I believe like wellness should be embedded in everything. I'm also a yoga instructor, so this is impromptu. I didn't even tell the panelists I was doing it. Sorry, guys. But we're going to transfer energy really quick, okay? So take your feet hip distance width apart. All right, and I'll quickly demonstrate, but from our belly, I want you to push out your energy. Whoosh. Got it? All right, so 3, 2, 1. Whoosh. We need to do it again. 3, 2, 1, whoosh. There we go. Okay, one last time. This is going to be our best whoosh ever. 3, 2, 1, whoosh. All right, I'm feeling the energy. How are y'all feeling? Okay, good. All right, good afternoon. My name is Kaya Jones, and I'm the Director of Programming with Voters of Tomorrow, and I'm joined by some lovely panelists, so I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Ashley Delgado. I am the program director with Blue Future. I also use she, her pronouns. And I'm from El Paso, Texas. So if there's anyone from El Paso, Texas here, you should always find me because that's my favorite thing to do at conferences is find El Paso Texans. Oh, you have a
I have a microphone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aaron Boslan. I'm the Executive Director of Men for Choice, where we activate, educate, and mobilize passively pro-choice men to get off the sidelines and into the fight as allies for reproductive freedom. I'm from Miami, Florida, split time between Florida and DC, and great to be with you all.
Woo. All right. And our panel is on the topic of the state of Gen Z organizing. So I'm going to kick it off with our first question. So Gen Z organizing is like the big thing right now. If you, and for always, let's just say it's hot right now, but it'll be hot forever. If you had to describe the current state of Gen Z organizing in one sentence, what would it be?
Oh, I'm going first. Okay. I would say that Gen Z is tired of serving a system that was not built to serve them and is actively throwing out the old rule book.
If I had to put it in a sentence, I'd say the state of Gen Z organizing is incomplete but full of potential. And I say incomplete because I think at all levels of American society, the art of organizing and bringing people together is something we've gotten out of practice with. And I think there's more signs that that's going to be revitalized by Gen Z than there has been at any point in the last 60 years, but there's still a lot more to do.
Yes, we do have a lot of work to do, but it's exciting because that means we have so much opportunity to make it what we want it to be. Now, both Ashley and Aaron are organizers at heart, you would say, right, guys? Okay. And then you also are leaders in organizations that train and lead other young organizers. So I wanted to know what you see has changed in the most about organizing young people over the past 5 years.
Okay. I think one of my most favorite parts of working at Blue Future is that I get to do one-on-ones with our organizers every single week. And every week I ask the classic organizing question of like, if you had a magic wand and you could wave this wand and it could do whatever you want it to do, what would you do with it? And I feel like at the beginning of what I was doing, I feel like I heard a lot of issues and things like that, but I feel like I've recently encountered a lot of transition to like, I wish people had more empathy. I wish people led from a place of understanding. I wish that I could find common ground with people. And I think that gives me like a lot of hope is that we're not trying to, well, there's like a ton going on. If our young leaders are putting themselves forward from that exact place, then I have complete confidence that we are going to be okay. It's a matter of us like stepping up and giving them space to do it. So yeah, I think that's, I don't even know if I answered the question at this point, but I will say like that is like a general trend that I've seen is like waving a wand and doing something specific to being like, we just need to come from a place of understanding and empathy for each other and move from there. And that is something really beautiful to me that I've been seeing.
Yeah, I love that. They turned off my mic. Hello? Oh. Okay, there we go. I love that you said that. Something that reminds me of is my grandmother. She was the first person that I saw organizing and running for office in our small town outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I used to think everyone loved my grandmother for her cooking because that was her tool and how she brought people together is she made meals and then everyone in the community came together and talked about what were the issues going on, what was burdening them, and that food was almost like the tactic or the bridge to open up for a good conversation. And I see more organizing like that coming back, which makes me really hopeful.
Yeah, if I had to pick a single thing that I think has changed the most in the last 5 years, I think it's that COVID totally fucked up our sense of community. And it's not like we were doing great on that front before COVID, by the way. But like that, reset, that we went through all this crazy stuff and we learned to interact in new ways, and things like video conferencing became a normalized way of interacting. People had graduations on Zoom and all that kind of stuff, and the world turned inside out, and then we just kind of immediately pretended it didn't happen. I think we're dealing with the aftermath of that in huge ways. And specifically as it relates to the theme of community, that timeline almost corresponds exactly with the time that we've grown our biggest and core program at Men for Choice, our fellowship for 18 to 28-year-old men. And shout out to a couple alumni fellows in there. Andrew Forbes is here, Lamar Bryan, Jonathan Savoy, who's our youth organizing director, North Carolina. But when we started the fellowship, at that point, my background was in youth organizing, and Men for Choice was to build a base of men to then be mobilized for women. And so I wanted to focus on young people. It's Men for Choice, it was going to be men, therefore youth fellowship. That was for young men. What we started to see in like 2022, because we started that program with 7 guys in the summer of 2020 when it had to be all virtual, and we have about 140 at a time right now. Our next graduation will be next week.
Wow, can we just talk about that really quick? You went, that was like 0 to 100.
One of the things, and you know, I don't know, we have 41 staff at Men for Choice now, 34 of them are alumni of the fellowship program. One of the things I started to see more and more, probably around 2022, was, and we had like 25 guys at a time at that point, was how much the young men at Men for Choice were getting out of being in a space that was explicitly progressive, and they got to think about what it means to be a man in this moment. And I think there's all kinds of ways that that plays out differently in our lives, and we can have all kinds of conversations about the ways that exploring our identity is valuable and part of the political formation process. But I've seen in what we've built at Men for Choice, when people ask us, you know, how do you get such large groups to show up to knock doors and take action? It's because it's rooted in a sense of community building, which addresses what I think has been lost since COVID, and we all just kind of want to pretend never happened.
And I think that's a good segue into my next question, because one thing that we all know, everyone in this room is passionate about something. We as young people, we're very passionate about the issues that are impacting us most in our everyday life, whether that be access to affordable health care, or can you name some? What are some issues that y'all are like really caring about at the moment? Rising cost of living. That one was gonna be my next one. What else? Housing, yes. So we're deeply passionate about these issues, and I want to hear from you all. What are some tactics or ways that we're turning that passion, that care, into sustainable action? And, you know, what are the challenges that you have to navigate when you are trying to do that?
I think for me, something that I have learned since working at Blue Future is that when we organize with like health and wellness at the center of what we're doing, organizers are more likely to stay, to come back, to be able to, like, one of the biggest problems with Gen Z organizing and youth organizing in general is burnout, because we're expected from a really young age by organizations who probably have a ton of money to not be paid, do 10 times the work that their like regular employees do, and then do it well and turn out results for people. And that is absolutely one of the most unfair dynamics for young people to be operating in. And burnout is like, happens at such an extremely high rate. So something I fundamentally believe in and Blue Future believes in is organizing with our health and well-being at the core of what we do. Before we like get any of our organizers onboarded, we do a quick introduction, and then we do a health and wellness workshop, because it's truly the most important thing we could do. Rest is productive, and fascism begins to rise when we are all not doing well and are not in a good state of being. So I truly believe that when we are taking care of ourselves and creating partnerships with people who also fundamentally believe this, young people will continue to have spaces to organize in that actually prioritize them as human beings, rather than just someone you can hand a clipboard to and ask them to knock 100 doors, because that's not fair.
Yes. Snaps and claps.
Yeah, no, hard cosign on that. And, you know, I think the antidote to fascism isn't like a really well thought out rebuttal to fascism. The antidote to fascism is people doing well and being connected to each other. And I think that in many ways, if we think about what it takes to turn individual capacity into collective action, it's about going back to basics. Remembering that people are people, everyone has a story. I was talking with some people in the lobby about how in 2008, the Obama campaign, which engaged 2.2 million volunteers, did two things really well. They did, at a level that was unprecedented at the time, data collection and analytics and tracked people and all that, but they also had an unbelievable organizing apparatus that data was meant to guide. And I think the Democratic Party too often has taken the lesson that the data was like good for its own sake, and downstream, you all get those bullshit fundraising texts that everyone hates, forgetting that there's supposed to be an intermediating factor of people who are forming connections based on the data and targeting and so forth. When you showed up for an Obama campaign office in 2008, you weren't given a script to what Ashley was talked about and said, oh, recite these 7 facts and the people will thank you for showing up and, you know, jump into the air and click their heels and say, I'm gonna vote for you now. You were brought to the Obama office and you were trained in how to tell your own story about why you were drawn to Obama. And Barack Obama, to his credit, said often, you know, I'm the figure, but people aren't showing up for me. People are showing up because I've inspired people that they're showing up for. And so I think we need to get back to what is the actual thing that drives us to want to take political action. To A, know that, B, have the training to be able to tell that to others, and then C, remember all political action flows from individual people and their stories, and if we lose sight of that, we've lost the plot.
Yes, I love that, Aaron. Something we often say at Voters of Tomorrow is like, what is your why? Like, why are you getting involved in this movement? And just if I could add to the question that I asked, I would say at Voters of Tomorrow, we are really like, we walk it and we talk it, that there's young people that are running our program, and we want to continue to inspire and empower and educate in whatever way for more young people to be taking leadership opportunities. You all have the really big and great ideas, so like you should be in charge of running that idea. I think that's where there's a lot of conflict, is like, okay, you come up with this super cool idea, and then this like older person is like, oh yeah, that would be great. And they're like, how do we do that? And it's like, you can't do that because you're not me. Or else then you come into a problem where it's like, you're doing it and it's cringy. When I do it, it's cool. So we really just need more of us to be in the positions or create our own spaces where we're doing the things that we think will work. And even if it doesn't work, it's okay to fail and try again. Like, we're all doing that. And that's what life's about. All right. Speaking of things trying, and some things are working and some things aren't, there are trends, and some of them have worked really well and some of them not so much. What trends are giving y'all optimism, and which ones would you say we need to just leave that in the past?
Okay. So I think like my most favorite statistic about Gen Z, like even outside of this space, is that Gen Z is most likely to be the group of people that is at a movie theater, a museum, or a public library. And those are already inherently political spaces, but the thing that it tells us is that we have such an opportunity to meet people where they are, because they're already looking for people to be with. They're already looking for a space in which they want to belong. And all of those places inherently need our help to like stay alive. So I think what I am trying to say is that since we have such an opportunity, because young people are already looking for these spaces, to go in and be the support that they need, be the community that they need, be the lifeline that they might need in this moment, because they're already seeking something that we can provide and are already doing, which I think is really cool. The thing that makes me scared.
That's okay.
That's a really good question. I think that the thing that makes me the most nervous, which like I am very much not the person that's most equipped to talk about this, but I definitely think like seeing more glimpses of like red pill media and the like power of AI in like what we're doing right now makes me absolutely terrified. I'm from El Paso, Texas. I've said it a million times and probably already, but there are 3 data centers that are apparently going up. 18% of El Pasoans don't get water every day, and it's actively being used for like a propaganda tool of the GOP, which is terrifying to me. Again, I'm not the expert, but I do know that something needs to be done, especially in youth spaces about this. And if there is an expert in this room, I'd be happy to talk to you, because the thing I am good at is turning out organizers, so happy to do that. But that's kind of where my fear is lying at this moment.
Ashley, could I ask you a question? You said a term, red peel. Is that what it was?
Red pill, yeah.
Okay, I've never heard of that. Am I the only one that's never heard of that? Have
You
other
actually
people
might
heard
be
of
more
that?
equipped to talk about that than I am. You work with men every day.
I'm going to tread lightly because it sounds like I'm being asked to mansplain what
Sorry,
red pilling
sorry.
is.
We've given you permission, so it's okay.
Red
Take it
pilling is the being sucked into online content that starts usually with like fitness or hydration stuff, and a couple YouTube videos later, you're hearing about how your wife needs to stay at home and be barefoot or else you're not a real man.
Okay, I've
That
fallen
was
victim
way
to
better than
that
anything
before.
I was going to say, so thank you.
And then, Erin, do you want to share more about like what are some trends you're liking? What are some things we are a little concerning?
Yeah. So I'll start with the one that worries me, which is sense of helplessness. And I think that's gotten better. But like last year, Jonathan Savoy, who's here right now, and by the way, it is his birthday today.
Happy birthday.
And you know, like last year, Jonathan Savoy was a Mem for Choice fellow, and we did something we'd never done before, which was we put a team on the ground, all alumni of the fellowship program who'd been trained in story of self and organizing, to work on the elections in Virginia, to mobilize for a pro-choice partner in Virginia, elect 4 state house members, and a pro-choice governor in the state of Virginia. And like far, far, far more than I expected. The level of like teeth gnashing and hand wringing and, oh, why are you doing stuff in Virginia? They're not even going to count the votes. Everyone knows no matter what you do, you can't win. You're wasting your time. Like, and some of it was more understandable than that, but like people are just like, is it really worth going out there? We did this in 2024 and we didn't win. And then right after Virginia, which obviously, pro-choice governor won big. We won 4 state assembly races. There was a real difference in that 72 hours later, Savoy and 4 of our other Men for Choice guys moved down 72 hours later to Miami, Florida, where the mayor's race was then in a runoff, and it was like the ultimate battle of good and evil. This like pro-choice woman who was awesome, and then like DeSantis as person. And someone put the idea in my head, your guys were really great in Virginia. What if they came and knocked a crazy amount of doors in the Miami mayor's runoff? And I was like, that's actually a great idea. 72 hours later, they were living in Miami. We knocked 11,000 doors in a month in an election where 21,000 people voted. But I share that because she ended up winning, and this is a year after Trump won Miami. She won, but after Virginia, the amount of people who were like, oh, Virginia was one thing, Aaron, but Miami, why are you wasting your time in Miami? You'll never win in Miami. It's Florida. All hope is lost. Let me just sit in the corner and don't kick me. And I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? It's crazy to me how, and I get it on some level, but they are more powerful when we think they are so powerful we can't do anything.
Yes.
And we are at our best when individual people, A, decide this is enough, B, say this is enough, and C, in a coordinated way, do something about it. So what worries me is I think the helplessness is a little better, but there's still too much, especially from a administration and an opposition that is so messy and so mediocre. To be like 250 years of American democracy is going to end because of a C-rate reality TV star who can't not shit his pants? Like, seriously? So that worries me. I spent too much time on that. What gives me hope is you guys. It's Gen Z.
Long story short. Wow, wait, you said so much, and I kind of want to unpack some things, but it might turn into a rant. But yes, I disagree with so much that, like, we have the power. Like, we need to realize it. I think sometimes it's easy to forget because we're not in the highest position of power. But when we really think about it, like, at the local level, that is our highest position. That is the people that are truly making decisions on the things that are impacting us on a daily basis. And those are the people we have the most access to. You can literally just like go to your town council, or you can walk up to that office and say whatever you need. And like, we have that power. We are constituents. They work for us. Like, we have to remember that. But
And just really quickly, like I know you said we may not be in the highest positions of power at this moment, but without us, they are absolutely nothing.
nothing.
And never forget that.
Yes, yes. Okay. We can talk about that more later. I like when Aaron gets riled up because then he starts like saying his words, and I'm like, yes. Okay. So, what's one investment, whether in tech, people, or strategy, that the youth space or civic engagement space needs to make right now? In your opinion, obviously.
Yeah, I think to me this is actually an open and shut answer. It's organizing, and a subset of that, organizing with an emphasis on leadership of young people. That's what we do at Men for Choice. That's what Voters of Tomorrow does. There's not enough of that. And you know, when I was in grad school, my professor was Marshall Gans, who started in the civil rights movement as a student in the Mississippi Freedom Summer. And he used to talk about the civil rights movement not as like what we know it as now, right? We have like the cheat code. We know how it's going to end. We know what happens. They didn't know that at the time. And in particular, the story of the Montgomery bus boycott, which was a turning point in the civil rights movement, where a group of people who were totally disenfranchised, had no political power, had been held down under Jim Crow for 100 years, realized that resources is not just money, and it's not just even the right to vote, which we now have and take for granted. It can be your feet that you can use to walk rather than ride the bus. And if enough people do that, that can eventually topple a Jim Crow system. And I think as we're thinking about the fact that the Montgomery bus boycott took over a year, and think about the courage and the decision every single morning to walk to work, to put yourself at risk, and how it must have felt 3 months in, 6 months in, 9 months in, and still having not won. And they kept going. And I think, among other reasons, that's because there was serious organizing training at the time. You know, the NAACP and student groups and churches, especially black churches. And we've gotten, I think, too far from that because we have powerful digital tools that make people think you can cut corners. And don't get me wrong, digital tools are great. And if someone from the civil rights movement were to like teleport on this stage and you were to say like, oh, you know, I have this thing in my hand and, you know, I can reach 300 people with it right now, they'd be like, are you kidding me? That's the greatest organizing tool I've ever seen. But we don't use those things thinking like organizers. We think of them as tools unto themselves. And so I think we need to get back to the basics. Who can we influence around us? What actions can we take that coordinated with others are going to add up? And what does it take for us to have sustained action that turns individual interests and resources into collective power and wins? And I think that ethic we've lost because of technology, because when Obama won in 2008, collectively the country kind of decided that liberalism was going to be triumphant forever, and how has that worked out? And we need to get back to the really like boring, non-sexy, nuts and bolts work of talking to the people around us, building ties between us, taking action together, knowing that no one person's actions is going to be enough, but that's also the only way people have won throughout history.
Yeah, I love that. If I could just add really quick, another thing something that Aaron said that sparked my thing was like, it wasn't just good organizing training, it was, we have to do this because like our rights are being stripped away. This is almost a form of survival, not so much strategy. Like if we don't act now, we are, you know, we're risking our lives. And maybe not for me in a more privileged position, or maybe not my identity at this exact moment, but that is the current state of some people in the United States of America. Like, we're fighting for our lives. And I think that's how we really have to look at it, is like, it's not time to play cute and play with strategy. Like, we really have to think, like, our rights are being stripped away. Folks' identities are on the line. Folks' access to freedom are on the line. Like, let's get serious and figure out some real ways to make this work.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Cool. I think for me, for a little bit of context of my background, a lot of the work that I initially got into was organizing for immigrant rights, for food on my table, for a house over my family's head and things like that, and for all of my neighbors. And in that work, there was a lot of strife and hard times and solidarity, which is beautiful, but it's a tough space to be organizing in. But it wasn't until I started working with young people that I can not only be organizing for those things, but I can also be organizing for like joy and being healthy and being happy and having spaces where my friends belong and things like that, that like, it's a much different tone of organizing, if that makes sense. Like, not just to make it to the next day, but like, what does our future look like if we actually like band together and really do this? So I think like the investment I would make right now is truly like more creativity and joy at the center of what we're doing. It's like hard to like think about that when things like, when there is ICE riding around your neighborhoods, when there is a active genocide in Palestine and Sudan going on right now, when there is our Black and brown brothers and sisters being shot in the street by police or being hung, and it's the worst feeling in the world. But these are the most vibrant and beautiful communities that we are trying to protect, and if we lean into that a little bit more, I think that some of the work that we can do is extremely powerful. And the power that we have when we are doing things centered with love is astronomical. And I would also just say like +1 to this too. Like, I think a lot of what's happening right now is that sometimes you just don't know, or like you haven't heard about the thing going on. There's so much happening in this moment that when I say something that has happened in my neighborhood or in El Paso or whatever, someone's like, whoa, I've never heard of that, tell me more. So like, I would just say like, don't be shy. Like, tell people what's going on in the world around you. Tell people about the things that you care about. We want to hear it. We want to listen. We want to do something about it. But we can't unless we all know and say something. So I would say, one, to lean into the creativity and the joy of the work, as well as like speak up. Like, it's time we all know what's going on so we can do something about it.
I love those. And even on the other side of speaking up, be confident in just being like, I just said, like, I don't know. Because it's completely normal not to know everything that's going on. And for so long, the political space has been this like, oh, unspoken language, or you only know if you know. Like, no, we're making it open and accessible. It should be clear. Everyone should know what's going on, and you should feel comfortable to be like, hey, I didn't know that was happening because I'm dealing with 50,000 other things in my life, and that person would hopefully be like, oh yeah, girl, let me catch you up. And then we just go on about our day. I think we don't have too much time left, unfortunately. But I have one more question for our panelists. So, if every attendee left the summit and implemented one lesson from your experience, what would you hope it would be?
This is extremely easy for me because I truly believe this, and it's the most cornball statement I'm about to say. But the most powerful tool that we have in our back pockets is the relationships that we build and what we choose to do together. And so I hope that at the end of this weekend, you know someone new, you know about their work, you have a friend you could send them to, because until we all talk to each other about what we're doing and create an ecosystem of a safe place to organize in, we're not gonna be as strong as we think. So make your connections, be with your people, and talk about it.
You know, I'm going to answer this question by asking you to think about what 7th grade was like for you. Because for me, 7th grade was the first time I remember consciously feeling attracted to another boy. And it was 25 years ago at this point, but I still remember it. It was 3 rows back and 4 rows to the left. And at that moment, I'd never seen a gay adult on TV. I'd never met a gay adult in real life. And the only thing I knew about gay people was that they lost their families, they lost their friends, they died of AIDS, is what I knew at the time, the single story I had. And the thing I remember as a 7th grader sitting in Miss Tenney's English class was just feeling so diseased and so alone. And that no one could ever learn this about me or it would ruin my ability to have a decent life. And if you turn the clock forward 20 years, I'm sitting before you as a married gay man with a ring on my finger. And it wasn't the gays who changed their mind in the last 20 years. It was everyone else who came along with. And for me, I found a niche because I've seen, and it was mostly women who turned the corner on gay marriage because it's mostly women doing political work, where I'm able, through Men for Choice, to mobilize men to support women, which feels like a full circle for me, and I've found that. But whatever it is for you, to answer the question, don't give up and find your way to help. Don't give up and find your way to help, and do not leave this conference without making a commitment to do at least one thing you wouldn't have otherwise done.
I mean, I can't drop the mic, but mic drop. We heard some really great things, so don't give up. Commit to one thing to do after you leave this conference. Build a relationship with at least one person. And if I could just add one, do it authentically. Authentically you. No, there is no one way to do any of this stuff. There's no one way to be an organizer. There's no one way to be the next politician, the next person that runs for office. We are waiting for you. The world needs more individuality. It needs you. It needs the next generation. So that's what I'll add. But thank you so much to my panelists. Before this, I was like, we need to bring the energy, we need to be authentic, we need to be this, that, and you guys did that and so much more. So thank you, and bye.
Now introducing North Carolina Supreme Court Justice Anita Earls.
One of the greatest joys, thank you, one of the greatest joys of my job is working with my legal interns, law clerks, and campaign staff. And many of them are Gen Z, so every day I admire their determination, their creativity, and their commitment to making a difference. So before I ran for office in 2018, I was a civil rights attorney, fighting for ordinary folks whose rights were being violated at work, at school, and at the ballot box. Then, after the 2016 presidential election, I knew that state courts were going to be an important place to protect our individual rights. Since being elected, I have seen even more profound changes in our state, in our institutions, and in our democracy. And so I want to just share with you a little bit about what I see from where I am that are some of the challenges that we face. And here in North Carolina, there are important ways in which our state has become ground zero for some of the most anti-democratic efforts. So why do I say that? Let me just start with gerrymandering. In 2022, the North Carolina Supreme Court ruled that extreme partisan gerrymandering, drawing districts in a way that favors one party over the other, violates our state constitution. And it was a very nonpartisan ruling. We said whichever party does it, if the districts are not fair to the voters of this state, they violate the state constitution. But then we had an election, the court personnel changed, and the new court took the case up again and reversed that decision. So as I argued in my dissent, when legislative districts are drawn to favor one political party over another, no matter which party is favored, they undermine the very foundations of fair and equal representation that the Constitution guarantees. While this was a North Carolina case, I know that there are other states in the same predicament with partisan gerrymandering, and unfair maps don't just dilute the votes, they erode trust. They make people less willing to believe that our political system works, and they are less willing to believe that their vote matters. Another way in which we have weakened our democracy here in North Carolina is through a decision dealing with school funding. Earlier this year, the majority on our court, again, I dissented, but the majority on our court ended litigation that for 30 years had tried to make sure that we live up to the constitutional guarantee of a sound basic education in a uniform system of public education. So that dealt a serious blow to public school funding. Whether you're from North Carolina or another state, many of you have attended and know the importance of public schools. Across America, teachers are asking for classrooms with the resources that they need, and families want to make sure that an equal education that ensures every child, no matter their background, their identity, where they live, has the quality education that they deserve. We've also made decisions that affect people's pocketbooks. In May, that same majority ruled that to let Duke Energy charge customers in Western North Carolina more for electricity than customers in the East, in pursuit of higher corporate profits. Many of you are just beginning to pay your own bills, manage a budget, or enter the workforce. Decisions about affordability, consumer protections, and corporate accountability affect your daily lives, no matter where you live. And there are a lot of important ways in which we need to act to protect our democracy. Here in North Carolina, voting sites have actually, for the 2026 election, been removed from 5 college campuses, making it harder for college students to vote. And our voter registration rolls are being checked against federal databases that critics warn were never designed for this purpose, which can produce inaccurate matches, resulting in legitimate voters being removed from the rolls. And while all this may sound discouraging, I want you to know, as I meet North Carolinians from across the state and young people like you, I am reminded that there is much reason for hope. That hope fuels me as I campaign for re-election this year, and as one of just 2 Democratic members of the court, I'm running on hope. I see that hope right here in this audience. I see a generation that refuses to accept that things must stay the way they are now. I see a generation that asks tough questions, organizes for change, brings bold new ideas to the table, and is brimming with fiery, unstoppable energy, ready to turn conviction into action. The most important message I want to leave you with today is this: never underestimate the impact you can have when you choose to get involved, whether it's in your school, your neighborhood, public service, in the way you vote, in politics. Your voice matters. There will be people who, if they haven't already, will tell you that no matter what you fight for, no matter what you do, no matter how loudly you speak, protest, organize, push for change, the status quo will always win out. They will tell you that the systems you are up against are too powerful, that it's too difficult, and that your efforts won't be enough. Tell that to the Greensboro Four Black college students who sat down at a segregated lunch counter right here in North Carolina in 1960 and sparked a movement that spread to dozens of cities and states across the South. That sit-in movement had tremendous change for our country. Tell that to the students of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, who traveled to the most dangerous parts of the Deep South in 1964 to register Black voters, knowing the risks to their lives that they were taking. The young activists of the past didn't believe the system would stop them, and I hope you won't believe it either. because you know what's more powerful? You. Your frustration, your determination, your creativity, your ideas, your dreams for the future. So I hope this summit, after this summit, you'll walk out of this room ready to register, ready to vote, ready to make sure your friends are registered and voting, ready to take action. Midterms are coming up, and this is where we start. The next few decades will be defined by you, and I can't wait to see what you will accomplish. Thank you.
Now introducing our next panel, Leading the Next Generation, a conversation with Delegate Joe Vogel and me. Come on.
You are your own voice of God. That was awesome. You do your own introductions. That's pretty cool.
I do. The voice of God does introduces himself.
Now you guys know who the voice of God is.
Yeah, my Oz moment has been ruined a little bit earlier than I wanted it to. I will be in the back for the rest of the day. So this is my my scene in the light. So I'm very excited to be here with my friend, Delegate Joe Vogel.
Hi, everyone.
All right, let's do it again.
What's up? Voters of tomorrow. This is my third summit with VOT. I'm
Yeah,
excited.
come on. Anyone from Maryland? Oh, we got one. What about North Carolina? Oh, okay. Who's first? Is this your first summit? Raise your hand. Make some noise. Oh, wow. All right, so we got a lot of new people. We got a lot of North Carolinians in here. Utahns. Oh, Utahns as well. Californians. All right. Well, I'm really excited to be here with you today. We are going to talk about just being a young elected official, which is both incredibly rare and also incredibly important. So my first question is, right now, about 1 in 4, 1 in 5 Americans are Gen Z. But we make up just 2% of the U.S. House, so the federal House, while our parents' generation make up over 40%. Amongst the over 7,000 state legislators in the country, just 1.5% are Gen Z. But we are fortunate enough to be joined at Summit by 2 of these young leaders. Delegate Lopez from North Carolina will be here tomorrow, and Delegate Vogel is here today. And so I was curious, with this year being the 250th anniversary of American independence, we have been hearing a lot about how young people, and we've been talking about it today, are feeling sort of jaded and left behind by a status quo that doesn't work for them. But at the same time, they still have lots of pro-democracy values and belief that that people should be involved in democracy. So I'm curious, how can young elected officials like yourself show their peers that democracy and being involved in it can actually deliver meaningful results? And if there's a specific moment or example where you show someone that democracy advocating for an issue you care about resulted in meaningful change.
Yeah, so first, to your point on representation, do we have any Noah Kahn fans here? All right, great. Love it. I just saw him in concert. There's this lyric in one of his songs that the college kids are getting younger, right? The state legislators are also getting younger, because when I first won my race 4 years ago and was elected to the state house, I was the youngest state legislator. I was, I think, one of 2 Gen Z state legislators elected for the first time in this country. Since then, I am now the 2nd youngest state legislator, and after this election, about to be the 3rd youngest state legislator in Maryland, which, am I a little disappointed that I've been dethroned? Yes. But I think it's a sign that this new generation of leaders, it's not just about one person or one election. It really is increasing in numbers now, and that representation that we've long been waiting and fighting for is finally happening. one of the stories that I think about when I think about the question that you just asked, I was in a more rural, more conservative part of the state of Maryland, and I was at an event, and it was an event where it was kind of rare to have state legislators, especially in this part of the state, right? And this young woman that was there had heard that I was a state legislator, that I was there. I guess I was dressed similar to how I'm dressed now. She walks up to me from across the room, and she clocks me. She's walking right to me. She looks me in the eyes and says, "I hate politicians. I hate state legislators. I hate Democrats." And I was like, this is going to be a really fun conversation for me, But we started talking, and we started discussing the issues that she cared about. Issues like student debt and access to reproductive health care and the commute that she had every day to go to work and the lack of public transportation infrastructure. And we started talking about how I too care about those issues and the perspective that I had and the fact that I was doing something about these issues that she cared about. From that first conversation, we had several conversations after, and she became a volunteer with our campaign. She worked at the polls. She marched in parades with us. And I think that is a sign that with young people in particular, there are so many reasons to feel frustrated with our political system, to give up on our politics. But when we as leaders, especially as young leaders, can re-engage these people and have these conversations, we can not only re-engage them in the political process, but re-inspire and reinstate this faith in our democratic system, which I think is really important.
Yeah. Well, that's a good segue to sort of the next question I wanted to talk about. I want to ask the group, has anyone ever heard an older person tell them that, or just ask why young people aren't organizing, why young people aren't getting up and doing stuff? Is that like a commonly held belief? All right. Or experience, not a belief. One of the things I was curious about is, similarly as someone who doesn't just represent young people, someone who is a young person but represents a constituency that cuts across, all sorts of age groups, age ranges. What is a moment in time where someone has come to you with a similar question? So an older person who is maybe asking, maybe grew up during the Civil Rights era or the Vietnam era, and they're curious why young people aren't just getting out and mobilizing, which I think is a bit of a myth nowadays, is what we're seeing.
I mean, I see young people getting up and mobilizing right now and all over this country right now as we feel this threat on our democracy. It really is young people rising up and meeting this moment in so many ways, just as it was young people from the founding of our country. It was young people that were showing up and fighting for our freedom, and every single step of the way, whether it's a fight for our freedom, a fight for our civil rights, a fight to move this nation forward, it has been young people every step of the way, and it continues to be young people standing up at this moment. I'll say I've had these conversations with my colleagues in the legislature, with other folks in government and politics many times. Right, I remember a call that I had that I got from a candidate for office who was much older than I am. I'll say that, and he said, "You have so many young people involved in your campaign. What do I have to do to get that to happen for my campaign? Right? Where do I get them? Where do I find them?" And that's just not how it works, right? You have to engage and motivate and create really an infrastructure where young people can lead. My first campaign for the state legislature. My campaign manager was 19 years old. My entire senior staff were high school and college students. Our volunteers were all high school and college students. When I ran for Congress, it was the same thing. It's been young people. My office has been one of the youngest offices in the legislature every year that I've been in office. So we really make space for young people. But you're not just going to get young people to show up and start working for you just because. And I had this conversation the other day with someone who was asking about how do we get more young people involved in our local party infrastructure. I was like, it's kind of boring, right? It's not fun. If you want young people to get involved, you have to let young people be the leaders. right? That's why organizations like Voters of Tomorrow are so important, and that's why having young candidates is so important, because we make space for young volunteers and young organizers and young leaders. But I also see it from the legislative standpoint, from the legislative perspective. We have a lot of young people that have worked with me to sponsor bills, right? And several we've been able to actually get passed. But I'll never forget this one piece of legislation that I worked on my first year in the legislature. I thought it was the most common sense bill ever, right? We were trying to regulate and ban the sale of over-the-counter weight loss supplements, right? These unproven little packaged medications, right, that say that they'll help you lose 10 pounds in a week, right, which are really dangerous, and they have really negative health consequences. They contribute to the mental health crisis that we're having amongst youth, this crisis of body dysphoria that so many folks in our generation are seeing. And I sponsored a bill saying you cannot sell these unproven, dangerous products to minors in the state of Maryland. And it was this coalition of young people leading the charge for this bill. It should have passed, right? We had the support. But then the lobbyists that represent the industry that sells these products started flooding my office. And I get into my office one day, and they're all sitting there waiting for me to come in. And they're trying to, convince me to pull the bill, and making up all these crazy claims and justifications for why they should be able to sell these dangerous products to minors, right? These are 60-year-old men sitting in my office explaining to me why minors should be able to buy these dangerous weight loss supplements. And I think moments like that are the bill failed because of their mobilization. We just couldn't make it over the finish line with that opposition from those lobbyists. And that's why I have been such a strong supporter of legislative reforms to cut down on the influence of lobbyists and big money in our politics. Because as a young person myself, and seeing just how disheartened so many young people were seeing that you have the right idea, you're on the right side of an issue, you've built the coalition, you have all the support, but you're up against these powerful forces that you just can't defeat. We have to change that.
Well, that brings up an interesting point about your time and experience as a legislator, because you mentioned this is your third summit, this is your third term, where I'm thinking, I'm curious, how have you noticed especially now that you're also not the only Gen Zer in the room, how have your peers maybe changed in how they talk about young people's issues, maybe how they come to you with questions or advice? I'm kind of leaning more into the representation. I think we see it, in the sense of we're activists, organizers, and we see people who look like us advocating for the same things that we believe in. But how does it work in the room where you're building relationships and trying to advocate for young people?
Absolutely. First, I try to make my office as accessible as possible to young people. So, if we only got one Marylander here apparently, but young people across Maryland. I mean, we just got an email to my office yesterday from a coalition of young environmental activists, and I take time every year to meet with them and hear about their issues and their priorities, and then collaborate where we can. We've introduced so many bills over the last 4 years on issues that young people have brought me, because I understand that I am there, not just, yes, representing my 140,000 constituents, but really representing an entire generation of Marylanders that otherwise, until recently, didn't have other voices in the legislature. I think it's been especially interesting with how it's impacted discussions on policy. Right? One of the moments that I will never forget was explaining to my colleagues what a school shooting drill was. Right? I mean, they've heard about it as a concept, but they haven't really heard about what it looks like in practice. I remember my first school shooting drill. I was probably a first or second grader, right? and explaining what that feels like and what that looks like to my colleagues who have never been in that situation before, or now talking about issues of technology and mental health and all these issues that I'm able to bring a unique perspective to as we're actually making these decisions. So I am just, back to your first question, I am so glad that we are now seeing, I've seen the importance of representation in the legislature, and I'm glad that I'm getting backup in Maryland, but that now there are young legislators all over the country, many of whom I've had the chance to meet or to speak with as they're running or once they win, who are going to bring really important representation to their states.
Mm-hmm. And speaking, I guess we're hitting representation a lot today, which I think is really good. But we're definitely at a moment in time where at least Democratic primaries are being litigated between sides pitted between each other, whether that's corporate versus grassroots or gerontocracy, old versus young. We've also seen the conflict in the Middle East at the center of this issue, or this sort of two sides opposing each other within the same coalition. And I'm curious, as a young Jewish lawmaker, how you navigate that situation and sort of advice, guidance you might have for other people navigating similar situations.
Yeah, so I should say first, I mean, generally speaking, we're talking about the influence of your first question was on, or the first part of your question was on the influence of corporations and corporate money. I think I've pissed off every single one of my colleagues with some of the bills that I've introduced to get big money out of our politics and to cut down on the influence of corporate lobbyists. I introduced a bill to ban our utility companies from contributing to politicians while they're continuing to increase utility rates. I've introduced a bill to ban lobbyists from being able to take groups of legislators out to meals. I'm introducing legislation this year that would follow Montana and Hawaii in reforming how corporations can contribute to politicians. So, look, I get it, right? And I share in the frustration that a lot of folks feel about the influence of big money in our politics, and I do think that is an important element of what we're seeing right now in this tension. On the issue of the Jewish community in particular and what we're seeing right now in the Middle East, that is extremely challenging for me personally. I come from I'm a person of Jewish faith. I have this real connection to my local Jewish community, and I represent a very significant Jewish community. I also see what's happening, and it tears your heart apart, right? And I think I just feel a great deal of sadness and anger and frustration, as so many other people do. So it really is this tense, difficult issue for me because my connection to the Jewish community, my connection to Israel has nothing to do with AIPAC. It has nothing to do with money. It's really a personal thing, and it's there's a lot of pain and a lot of sadness right now, I think, in this moment. But for me, I think it's really just trying right now, in particular, as we head towards November. How do we unify the party? How do we make sure that Democrats are going to win big in November so that we can put an end to the extreme corruption and chaos that we're seeing from this administration? And that means, as a legislator, right, I work together with people who I don't agree on every issue, right, who we don't agree 100% on every issue. I have colleagues who are hardcore Republicans who I would probably sit down in a room with and agree on one of 100 issues. But if that one issue is important to my constituents, I have a colleague who we've worked together on so many mental health issues. That's probably the only issue that we agree on and can find common ground in. I have a colleague who I've made really significant bipartisan progress on fentanyl issues and issues related to the substance use disorder in our state, and making sure that people are getting the communities are getting the resources that they need, and people are getting the support that they need as they go through recovery. As a legislator, you have to be able to find that common ground, and I think as Democrats right now, we have to find that common ground and come together because we agree on more than we disagree on.
Well, thinking of common ground heading into the fall, you started as an organizer, as many, I think, young elected officials do. What is something that you learned as an organizer that's turned out to be useful as a legislator? But then also, on the flip side, something that you have learned as a legislator that you wish you had known as an organizer. So, I guess just for all of us who are heading into the fall, looking to talk to people on our close networks, organize our communities, maybe even go to different states, different parts of your state to try and organize. What are some lessons that you've learned through your unique experiences?
I mean, I think you never know where you're going to find someone that's sympathetic to your issues and to your causes, right? I think that story that I shared at the beginning of that person who walked up to me at that event, who I had never, who just, when she came up to me, I was like, this is going to be a really difficult conversation. And I think the instinct for a lot of folks would be, okay, this is not someone that I'm going to be able to win over. Let me just turn away and keep going on to the next person. We need to have those difficult conversations to win. And we need to be willing to engage with people who might be uncomfortable with our views on certain issues, but who we can find that common ground with. And I think that story that I shared at the beginning is the perfect example of that. Again, if I had turned away and said, I don't want to speak to you, we're not going to find anything that we agree on, that would have been a problem, right? But instead, we had that conversation, we found that common ground, and from there, right, we cultivated a relationship that ended up not just being a vote, but an engaged volunteer. And I think we see so much potential right now across the country. I think about some of the most rural parts of the state of Maryland, places where there are many, many conservative voters, and where Democratic politicians, many of them probably don't feel that it's worth going there. But you look at places in Maryland like, I think about Allegheny, Garrett County, and the westernmost part of Maryland, places that were impacted by catastrophic, historic flooding a couple years ago now. And when the Trump administration, when the federal government was asked for emergency assistance funds, they said, no, we're not going to give money to the state of Maryland. Well, they were denying resources to some of the most conservative places in the state of Maryland. Those are the same places where now, because of the budget bill, rural hospitals are at risk of closing down. Those are the same places that when the Trump administration shut off food assistance, where families were struggling the most. These are places where I hope independents and Republicans are really thinking about whether or not Donald Trump and the Republican Party cares about them. And I think we've seen again and again and again that the answer is no. The only thing Donald Trump cares about right now is getting his ballroom built, and anyone in that administration, the only thing that they're prioritizing is self-enrichment. My constituents can't help in the mission of self-enrichment, right? So they don't care about them. And I think we need to be able to make that case and talk to people. I love when Pete Buttigieg goes around the country talking about future former Republicans. I think there are so many future former Republicans right now in my community and all across the state of Maryland who we have to go out there and have those difficult conversations with and win over.
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing how that goes once we flip the House, flip the Senate. And yeah, I really appreciate our time, or you giving your time. Can we give it up for Delegate Joe Vogel?
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, everyone. I'm going to go back to being the Wizard of Oz. All right, now introducing our next speaker, North Carolina House Democratic Leader, Robert Reeves.
Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you to my paid supporters that clapped for me. I appreciate you guys. You got it going. Maybe people think they like me, so thank you. But it's good to talk to you. I'm really excited to have this opportunity. I am not shocked to see Theo out here, Theo City Council. He just, I don't know that there's anywhere Theo doesn't go, but it's good to see you, man. But it really is great to be here. This is inspiring for me. I've seen a couple of the folks that I get to talk to at the colleges. They're here, and this is an exciting time. And you guys are lucky. I will tell you this. All of you seem young, so I'm going to speak to you as if you are young people. But you're lucky to be here at this time because it's tumultuous, it's crazy, but you're at a time that you can make a difference. And that's what I hope that you're here for, and that's what I hope you desire. If there are a couple of things that you remember about whatever I have to say today, 3 words I ask you just to keep in mind: tolerance, coalitions, and hope. Because I think those are the hardest ideas to hold on to during elections. We are in a special time because I've thought about it recently because I've got, especially my 20-year-old daughter who is very active in politics. It's not because of me, it's just she's very intense. She does a lot on her college. She's in her student government because she recognizes what's happening. She's been able to connect the dots because she has been able to watch my journey. And what happens is we're now in a society where we've got an entire generation that's never seen functional government. And that's crazy to me, but it's true. Like, you guys have literally not seen what functional government is. If you were born anytime around 2008 or a little bit before, by the time you could recognize government, we had congressmen yelling at presidents, calling them liars. We had people showing no respect for the office. We had people who made a decision that the party that you join determines who you are as a person. And that literally, if you just change your party, you're suddenly a better person. It's so funny to me where I serve in the General Assembly. I'll hear all these guys talk about stuff, and I'll look at their histories, and I'm like, oh, man, you really hate Democrats, but you were a Democrat yesterday. Like, what made you so much better all of a sudden by changing your party? And the truth is, it doesn't. But you're growing up in an age where, unfortunately, for the first time in the history of the world, all the billionaires are together. The one thing you used to be able to depend on is rich people hated other rich people, and so they always wanted what they had, and so they would not get together on anything. Well, now they're together. And now they understand, if I can keep you guys angry with each other, you'll forget the fact that we're stealing your money. And that's what this is about, is a battle for resources. The battle for resources has existed since the day we had the third person show up on the earth. And whatever your belief system is, at some point in time, somebody felt like they weren't getting enough. And what these guys recognize is there is no meal ticket like the government. And so they want to get your government money. And so what they do is they fool people into thinking that, hey, if we do this, then those people aren't getting money, then it's going to be better for you. And what you don't recognize is every dollar they're not giving to you for scholarships going into the pocket of some failed businessman friend of theirs. Every dollar that they're not giving you to help you afford a home is a dollar that's going to somebody who couldn't get their home building business going, and so now they're getting some kind of no-bid contract with the government, and it's on and on. Like, if I showed you, if you actually went through our budgets that I've been able to be a part of in the last 10 years in that state General Assembly, it would shock you how much free money we give out to people who just haven't been able to make money any other way. But then they want to talk to you about welfare. That, to me, is welfare. What I want is a world where you guys get to walk in, work hard, do the right thing, and get great results for it. A world where there's nothing wrong with the fact that you care about people who aren't like you, and that you want them to feel safe and loved and wanted. A world where you can come in and you can do what you want to do instead of what you have to do when it comes down to earning money. I love the idea. I was lucky to grow up in a sweet spot. It was right after the civil rights movement, right after voting rights were bestowed upon African Americans, and right there. And during that time, we had hope. Well, now that hope is diminishing. So again, I ask you, remember those 3 words: tolerance, coalitions, hope. Understand that you are going to be responsible for keeping hope. You are going to be responsible for building coalitions, because you can't win it on your own. They can have all the money in the world, but they can't buy bodies. So the greatest thing is you belong to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. You've just got to use it. And I will conclude on this when it comes down to tolerance. And I heard the last speaker talking about the same thing. Guys, you're never going to agree with everybody on anything. One of my friends is a domestic attorney, and she's also in office as an amazing Senate leader. But she says a successful marriage is if you guys can agree 75% of the time. That is just the greatest marriage in the world. So if you can only agree with your spouse 75% of the time, you're probably not going to agree with people in politics all of the time. What you want are people that are willing to listen to you, listen to your ideas, think about them, and care about them. And put your energy into positivity. I know that sounds Pollyanna right now, but that's what we all need. We need people who speak positivity into existence. I can find enough people on Jones Street that hate the world. I can find enough people to tell me, man, I'm perfect and the rest of y'all suck. Let's try to be the people to say, hey, here are some things that you do great, and let's work on some of these other things so that we can all be better. If you will do that, this won't just be a successful 26, you will suddenly realize you have influence election after election after election. Because you've got a lot of good people running for office, lots of good people who want to be in office, but Lord knows it is hard when you don't have support. I have been lucky because the county I live in and the district I serve is one of the most diverse in the state. And because of that diversity, I've got somebody different every day speaking positivity to me. So that when I feel beat up coming out of that General Assembly, I can feel happy because the folks back home are like, hey, we appreciate the fact you even spoke up for us. So we can be the change we want to see. And I know you hear it all the time, but I want you to think about it. All you've got to do is take care of the space that you own. If you will take care of the space that you own, and you will make that a good, solid, positive space and a safe space for people, that goes around just like hate. It is a disease in and of itself, but it is a great disease to have. And you will be surprised at the difference you make, because you're not going to change what's happening at the national level till you change what happens at the state levels. Can't change the state without the counties. Can't change the counties without communities. And if you'll just make those changes, guys, everything you want is going to happen. I know I look old as Methuselah, but I'm going to tell you a secret. At one point, I was your age. I kind of can't get here without being there. And when I was your age, I know a lot of what you feel. And you want to see a better world and better people running the world. But nature abhors a vacuum. And I will conclude and tell you, somebody's going to fill that space. So you can decide who's going to fill that space, or you can just say, well, I throw my hands up and I forget all about it, and then somebody bad fills that space, and then somebody worse fills it the next time. I'm not going to comment on anybody that's in office right now, because I'm sure they could comment on me, but I will tell you this. When I tell you you don't know how bad it can get, you don't know how bad it can get. So let's get out here and show them how good and smart we can be. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for letting me speak to you. And any of you, if there's anything I can ever do, I represent my district, but in my opinion, I represent the whole state. I want to be a resource and be helpful. So thank you guys.
So I'm breaking the Oz immediately. So we're now going into a brief networking break and booth browsing session, as well as breakout rooms. So the two breakout sessions are digital activism and pre-registration workshop, and then how to stop election threats and protect voters in the midterms. So those are going to start downstairs at about 3:10. So head down at about 3, a little after 3. There are booths out here. We have refreshments and snacks. If you go to take this right and then the next right, look for anyone with a staff badge if you have any questions. Yeah, see y'all soon.
Hello, voters of tomorrow. I want to thank you for everything you all are doing to organize, empower, and advocate for Gen Z. I am so excited about your work. It is critically important that we have organizations such as this who understand that we must be intentional about lifting up our young leaders and encouraging your ambition. Your generation has grown up on the front lines of so many crises, from COVID and the climate crisis to gun violence and mental health. You know what's at stake, and you are not waiting for someone else to figure it out. You refuse to be passive. Not only are you demanding action, you are actively shaping the future. And we need to invest then in your generation. I think of you the way history thought of the greatest generation. Remember when our country made a decision to invest in their future with the GI Bill, affordable housing, and economic opportunity. So we've done it before. And in this moment, I believe it is time we do it for you. So keep building your political power. Keep building community. Keep building coalitions. Keep challenging the status quo. And born out of our love for our country, keep fighting to build a country and a nation that works for everyone. And I look forward to continuing in the fight alongside you. You take care.
I'm here to say thank you to all of you for what you have done, what you are doing, and what you will do for our country. When you're making your decisions about running or helping someone else run in something, I say this again, know your why. When you know why, you can take all the heat in the world. And if you know what, if you know about it, and you have good show judgment and knowledge, you can plan a strategy for success by drawing people to you with your values, your vision, your knowledge, your judgment, and your plan to get the job done. And that's all up here, it's all in the head, but what's in the heart is what's so important as well. Your authenticity, who you are. In the history of the world, no one like you. In the history of the world, with your ideas, your courage, your vision, your enthusiasm, your passion for all of this. So you get in the arena, you're no longer a spectator. You're now the active one. You get in the arena, you've heard me say this, some of you before, you have to be ready to take a punch. And you have to be ready to throw a punch for the children. For the children, because that's what it's about. It's about the future. And the future is about the children, and it's about you. When people ask me what gives me hope in all of this, it's the young people. That you understand the future belongs to you. You have to take charge of it and help shape it. Not just following whatever's out there, but helping to make it better and more in your liking. When these new members come, I always say, here they come, the fresh recruits, just as our founders intended. Who among them will rise up in this body and lead the way? Who among them will run for other office? Who among them could be President of the United States? Well, that possibility is now so much more diverse, and that's really what is so beautiful about it. Many more. 70% of our caucus are women, people of color, LGBTQ. This is something we're very proud of. And I say to members, our diversity is our strength. Our unity is our power. So we have to stick together as we build our consensus, prioritize our issues that we're going for. They're not even issues now, they're values. They're ideals that are at stake. We have to make sure that winning the election, the flag is still there with liberty and justice for all in our policies.
Hello to the voters of tomorrow, thank you for your organizing and your mobilizing and your educating and your registering people to vote. That is awesome. It's exactly what's needed. And if voting were not important, if voting were not urgent, they would not be working so hard to pass voter suppression mechanisms all over the country. They would not be working so hard to disenfranchise people. And they would not be down there in Austin, Texas right now trying to figure out how to gerrymander us into oblivion in Texas. And then they're going next to Missouri and Ohio and Florida. So we're in the fight of our lives, my friends. Thank you for what you're doing in a lot of the civilized democracies of the world. The government makes sure everybody's registered either at birth or they register them before graduating school or what have you. Here, the government doesn't do that. So it takes us, it takes political movements and political parties to take responsibility for getting people registered, educated, and mobilized. So that's an opportunity for us to fulfill this important civic responsibility. Thank you for what you're doing. Hang tough, everybody, and go blue.
Yo, voters of tomorrow, it's Josh Shapiro, and I want to say welcome to Philadelphia. Welcome to the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection. I want to say thank you for your engagement, your involvement. Thank you for being here. Thank you for standing up to protect our planet. Thank you for standing up to protect civil rights. And thank you for working every day to try and create a more just society. I want you to know that you matter and you have real power in this process. Not just the power to organize and mobilize and affect an election, but the power to organize and mobilize and affect outcomes. The more you get engaged right now, the more people are going to listen. Listen, I'm listening. I hear you. You've got real power. Use it. And I hope that during your conference here in Philly, you talk to one another, you engage with one another, you coordinate with one another, and you get back in your communities and do the hard work necessary to defend our democracy and our fundamental freedoms. And know that I'll be with you every step of the way.
Greetings, everyone, and thank you to voters of tomorrow for bringing us all together. And thank you to all the incredible leaders in the room for your hard work and your dedication. In 2020, it was young voters who turned out in record numbers and elected Joe Biden President of the United States and me, the first woman elected Vice President of the United States. Because young voters showed up, we have made so much progress, historic progress, on everything from gun violence prevention to taking on the climate crisis. And this November, we will win again. And we need your support. In this election, we know young voters will be key. And we know your vote cannot be taken for granted. It must be earned, and that is exactly what we will do. There is so much at stake this November, our most fundamental freedoms, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride, and the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body without the government telling her what to do. Donald Trump has an extreme and divisive agenda for a second term. It's called Project 2025, and it includes plans to ban abortion nationwide, even without an act of Congress, to undermine LGBTQ rights, to roll back our efforts to fight climate change, and they intend to eliminate the Department of Education, including Head Start. But young people have the power to stop that from happening. Last year, I convened more than 15,000 young leaders on my nationwide Fight for Our Freedoms college tour to hear about the issues that matter most to your generation. And at every stop, it was so clear to me. Your generation is leading on the most important issues of our time. In this moment, we then each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of freedom, compassion, and the rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? Here's the thing. We each have the power to answer this question. And in this election, we are counting on you to energize, to organize, and mobilize, and to fight for our most fundamental freedoms. And we know when we fight, we win. Thank you all. I'll see you soon.
Good morning, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I am Sergio Mayer. I am the Executive Director and Founder at Voters of Tomorrow. I want to welcome everyone officially to the 4th Annual Voters of Tomorrow Summit. You know, I started Voters of Tomorrow in 2019 when I was just 17 years old. I was a Mexican immigrant. I had just moved to the U.S., and I was appalled by the rhetoric that I was seeing Donald Trump spew towards my community. And I knew that we could and we had to do better. I also knew that young people like me cared deeply and were ready to play a big role in shaping the future. If only we had the investment and the outreach that we needed to actually mobilize our generation. With the help of so many incredible young organizers, activists, students, many of whom are in this room right now, we have built Voters of Tomorrow into what it is today. We have been able to really start a generational movement that's going to change this country. So I wish I could say we have made more progress, but Donald Trump has only rammed his xenophobic rhetoric, and he seems more committed than ever to tearing families apart and using ICE as a weapon to silence political opposition and target anyone who looks or sounds a certain way. I hope that what you are seeing scares you. It should. What has been happening in Los Angeles, in Texas, everywhere, it scares me every single day, but we cannot look away. All of this means that as an immigrant, as a young person, I am more committed than ever to kicking Donald Trump out of the White House in 2028 and taking back the House in 2026. And all of that starts with young people. Voters of Tomorrow has already announced a $3 million investment into youth organizing in 18 congressional districts across the country. We hope that, let's clap for the organizers. I hope that all of you will continue to join our efforts to stop Donald Trump's agenda of hate. I hope that those of you who are not already part of a Voters of Tomorrow chapter will join one, consider running for office, consider kicking fascist ass in your communities, because we need the leaders in this room. The time for change is right now, and we cannot wait. So I hope that you all are as excited as I am for the incredible lineup of speakers that we have today, from leaders that I admire, like Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi, and a message from former Vice President Kamala Harris, to friends like Haley Lickstein and Aaron Parnas, who will also be joining us. Our speakers come from different backgrounds, different ages, and even different ideologies. But we are all committed to finding an understanding of the moment that we face. We are doing absolutely everything that we can to reject Donald Trump's attacks on young people, on our planet, on our loved ones, on our basic human rights, and fight back with everything that we have done. That's why this year our team is Fight for Our Future. Luckily, we are all in the fight together. So I hope you will also take time to get to know each other, to leave here with a broader community than you came in with. And of course, I want to thank all of you for being here, and I want to thank our incredible, long list of sponsors who are making this event possible. The American Federation of Teachers has supported us from the very first summit, and they are here again. We have the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, Grassroots Democrats HQ, Movement Voter Project, Flight Desk, Climate Power, Grassroots Analytics, Students Demand Action, Blue Future, Men for Choice, Leaders We Deserve, Feel Good Action, I did say it was a long list. Feel Good Action, Civitech, Courier, and Citizens United, Impactive Action Network, Empower Project, Social Current, Third Way, Path to Project, Path to Progress, Reproductive Freedom for All, The Next 50, American Accountability Network, and Way to Win. All of them are incredible partners in Defied, and we are so grateful to have you all with us. So thank you for showing up. Thank you for being here. Thank you for choosing to find hope instead of being depressed, as I think a lot of us have been. And with that, let's do another summit. Thanks, everyone.
It's so invigorating to be in the presence of the future. Thank you all for making the trek and to making the decision to make your mark on the future and to make the difference. Santiago I have been a fan of for a long time. Well, he's that young, can't be that long, but since he has been engaged in the public arena, I've worked with Mariana before. Jessica's kind remarks mean so much to me. And Eve, you don't know this, but Eve's mom is one of the great organizers in California. She works with my daughter Christine, who's here, and they had, in the past little while, to fight the big bad bill that is not anything close to beautiful, they made 300,000 calls into Republican districts, from those districts to those members. Just as a point of my always saying, we can only do so much internally in terms of maneuvering. The outside mobilization makes all the difference. So thank all of you for being part of one aspect or another of making change for the future. So where we are, I mean, this is quite a place, isn't it? I didn't realize it was so far. I would have been here earlier. In any event, here we are in a place in time. Jessica talked about her birth and where and when that all happened. A place in time. Jamie Raskin, my friend, is always quoting Thomas Paine. And Thomas Paine said, "The times have found us." Times found our founders, as he was referencing them, to declare independence. Take that risk. Their lives are sacred honor. Their lives, their livelihood, and their sacred honor. To establish a country based on democracy, something that was unheard of in the world where all monarchs, based on democracy. And they go to Constitution, thank God they made it amendable and all that. So then, Lincoln, the times found him to save that democracy, to save the Union, the sacred Union that our democracy had as its goal. And now the times have found us. It is not an exaggeration to say that so much that our founders had in their vision and their values and what Lincoln fought for are at risk now under this administration. When some of us have met before, it was a challenge, it was a difference of opinion, but this is quite different. So we don't agonize, we organize. And that's what this is. We have no doubt that we will win the election, for the House of Representatives in the next election. No doubt. Let me tell you though why I'm especially happy and honored to be here with each of you. When we won in 2006, we won in 2005. We had our preparation ready a year in advance. When we won in 2018, we had our plan and our preparation in 2017. And we are going to win next year because we are going to be ready this year. In just a few months, maybe, what's this, by October, certainly November, but by October, we will, with all the help of so many people working, will have taken, what's his name's numbers down. When his numbers come down, different people run. If you were a Republican, you were going to run, and the president was at 42%, then you might say, I'll wait until later if you have anything to lose. If you don't have anything to lose, we can beat you. And then on our side, we were attracting the A team. Gen Z has a really important role. Voters for the future. The future, it belongs to you. It's where you will live. So whether we're talking about having a safe planet that will exist for everyone into the future, a strong democracy for what happens into the future, fairness in our economy, a lot of that is at risk in this next election. Just for a little history, we really are here to talk about progress, but just a little history for a moment. When we won in '06, it was the first time that we had won since 1992. Harry Reid and I were new leaders. This was our first election without a presidential, just congressional. And we said we made a decision to win, and therefore we're going to make every decision in favor of winning. At the time we made that statement, President George Bush was a patriot in our country, and we respected him. It's a lot different than what's happening now. He was at 58% in the polls. By the time we talked to the public about his plan to privatize Social Security and all that, the calls, he was at 38% in September. And that's when we were attracting our A team. First time since 1992. In 17, we had a Republican president. Every time we won, we've had a Republican president. One that back, we've had a Republican president. So in 17, the current occupant of the White House was in the White House, and we took his numbers down, and then we attracted the A team in the following year. But it's important to be strong in the year in advance, because that's when the troops line up. We have our messaging, we have our mobilization, we need the money to do it, but they are only legs to a stool to hold up the most important part, the candidate. Now, Trump's numbers are terrible now, but they're only the second worst of a modern president. The worst of a modern president was Donald Trump in his first term. So I want you to be as hopeful and as energetic and as engaged as Voters for the Future and Santiago and Eve and Jessica and all the others have given you leadership and guidance on. Because being organized, we don't agonize, we organize. That's so important. And the beautiful diversity that I see here is such a source of strength. I say to the members all the time, our diversity is our strength. Our unity is our power. And this is about power. So know your power. Know the power of you. The next generation, the future, right before my very eyes. But you have to seize it and you have to shape it, and we'll learn from you as to the issues that are important to you in the future that you will be enjoying. I know for many of you that we've been communicating with, that listening to you, that saving the planet is important. That has no place in the agenda of the current president. In fact, the reverse is true. And I know that you care about individual rights and respect for the dignity and worth of every person, whoever that person may be. So thank you for that. Thank you for being here today. I was a little thrown off by the name of the place. Was it Throw Axe? I thought it was Throw Ass, but I don't know. I got it all wrong. But it really, this time that we're here right now, last week on the 17th, Christine keeps reminding me, on the 17th of July, we observed the 5-year anniversary of John Lewis's passing. He was such a hero,
and still is, but was such a guy on the day-to-day basis in the Commons. He started his political work when he was in high school, so you're never too young to get started on all of this. He also said that democracy is not a static thing, it is an action. And that's what we have to do, is to act upon our beliefs and all of this. And your beliefs may be so entrepreneurial and fresh in their thinking, it will take a different shape, and that will be a beautiful thing for our country. It was, again, the times found him. Times found John Lewis. But this week, we are also observing the 60th anniversary of Medicaid and Medicare. This is really important to our country. Christine and I both were at launching 9 o'clock a couple nights ago. She during the night, but everyone playing a role to have a vigil about that, because that is so important to the health, not only the physical health, but the financial health of America's working families. And this is shameful what they are doing, shameful of what they're doing. And I just say this, and it sounds disrespectful, but I feel disrespected by what some of the things they're doing for the American people. I say you listen to them speak, and it's like they pray in church on Sunday, and they talk about praying in church on Sunday, and then they pray on people the rest of the week, taking away health care, taking away food for our children, taking away money for education, and saying they have to save that money so they can give tax breaks to the richest people in America. They did that in 2017. They had a bill that added $2 trillion to the national debt so they could give tax breaks to the wealthiest people at the expense of working families in our country. And they did it again worse. Now it's going to add almost $4 trillion. I didn't say billion or million. I said $1 trillion to the national debt for you to pay for, unless we put a stop to it. And that's what we have to do. That's why we have to win the election. This is about politics. It's about values. It's about ethics, ethical well-being. And so we have the 60th anniversary. It'll go until Saturday morning. And this, to me, is part of that celebration. How you will mobilize for the future. How you'll mobilize for the future. It is a glorious time. It is an opportunity for Gen Z to make its mark, for voters for the future. We learn from you. And I'm telling you history of what we did, and just to emphasize to you the importance of this year, these next 2 months. These next 2 months to make the polls, to walk the precincts and the rest of that. We have some elections in Virginia and New Jersey that are imminent, but we have to get ready again for next year, because these elections are behind us. So again, it's not always about elections. For example, this is, and I'll close with this. Did I say that already? Nothing. You know, we're having this big budget debate, and the press is always saying to me, what's it about the budget that's so important? The budget should be a statement of our national values, what we care about, what we believe in, what are our values as a country should be reflected in how we allocate our resources. Not so with this gang. What they're doing is just disgraceful, shameful, shameful. For example, nothing brings more money to the national treasury. Nothing brings more money to the national treasury than investments in education. Nothing. We have early childhood, K through 12, higher education, post-grad, if you go there, and lifetime learning for our workers. Not any of their tax cuts, which they say are going to bring. That's just not true. But it is true. But education is about upward mobility, for young people to reach their aspirations, for our country to be competitive. And those are beautiful thoughts, but from the standpoint of dollars and cents, nothing brings more. And what are they doing? Eliminating the Department of Education and the Civil Rights Division, all of that. What are they doing? Depriving communities of funds. And you know who they're depriving? The poorest children, the economically disadvantaged children, Title I, boom. Places like that, that's just brutal. And people have to know, maybe they're not affected by Title I, but our society is, and our children are, and we want them all to have the brightest future that is possible, and not have the funding for education cut because the richest person in America is getting a tax cut. Cancel the cuts. Cancel the cuts. I'm with you all the way. That's what we have to do. That's our goal. Just one last thing. Just because you're taking a big bite of the apple about how you go forward in our country. When I was your age, that was a while ago, there was capitalism that was called stakeholder capitalism. So if somebody was the CEO of the company, he probably made about 30 times what the workers made. 30 times. And they made decisions based on their shareholders, that was their obligation, but also their employees, their customers, the community they lived in. So about 30 times. Stakeholder capitalism. Now, we've moved to shareholder capitalism, where the CEO of the company is making like 300 or 400 times what our workers are making. It would take some of our workers a lifetime to make what the CEO makes in 1 year. So we have important work to do about fairness and all the rest of that. How could that be okay? And even CEOs have complained about that and said that's not what capitalism is supposed to be about. 300, 400 times? And it would take, well, again, a person's whole future. But if you go back, it would take from like well before the revolution for them to have to work all that time to make what the boss makes. So this is unfair, it's unjust, it's undemocratic, it's wrong, it's shameful, and it must be changed. And we are going to, that's our fight, to cancel the cuts, but with a reason, and also listening to how you see what the priorities should be for the future. I'll just, again, close by saying, I'm from Baltimore. When we're coming here, I felt as though I was going back home to Baltimore. Any Marylanders here? Any Californians here? So, the national anthem was written in Baltimore, and I'm very proud of that. And one of my favorite lines in it is, proof through the night that our flag was still there. That's what's in there. All the rockets right there. Proof through the night flag was there. And that's when I start cheering, because that's our responsibility, to prove through the night of this wretched administration that our flag is still there in the manner that we pledge every day, with liberty and justice for all. You have an enormous responsibility. How the future looks is in your hand. And again, every step you take, every call you make, and all of the things that are about outside mobilization. And nobody is more of a master than that than Santiago. Ready? Santiago. He is a tremendous leader in all of this. I'm so proud of what he has accomplished and how he thinks in an entrepreneurial way to take this into the future with fresh thinking coming from all of you, and with a goal in sight that if you have that decision that I talked about earlier, with a goal in sight, I know that we will succeed, and Hakeem Jeffries will be the Speaker of the House in just a year and a half. Thank you all so much.
Our sponsors, our partners, March for Our Lives. Now, up next. You know, a lot of people run for elections, but not a lot of people win an uncontested election. But some of us do. So we have one of those people who has won an uncontested election, coming and hailing from the great state of Pennsylvania, the state that I used to want to be from. I always wanted to be from Philadelphia, but I'm going to claim it in this moment. So welcome up to the stage, Malcolm Kenyatta.
Good morning. Good morning. I grew up in a black church. I got to hear somebody say something to know I'm in the right spot. So I want to start by saying thank you. Thank each and every one of you for being here and for reminding each other by your presence of the power that you have in this moment that we find ourselves. I don't think I'm breaking any news here to say that we are in pretty perilous times, depending on how you look at it. We have a guy in the White House who does not give a damn about the very working people and working families that put their trust and their faith in him just a couple of months ago. But I will tell you, when I look across this room, I've had people ask me over and over again, Malcolm, what is giving you hope in this moment, in the face of this peril, in the face of this bigot in the White House? What's given me a lot of hope is all of you. And I want to be very clear about this when they talk about our generation. Young people are not the far-off future. We are the right damn now. We are the right now. We are leading organizations that are moving the needle in important policy arenas right now. We are stepping up and running for office, for Congress, for mayor, up and down the ballot. We are doing that right now. We are being unequivocal about speaking out against an administration that wants to rip away the foundations of our democracy to pad the pockets of a couple of fucking billionaires who cannot seem to ever have enough. And yes, we are collectively saying and using our voices to say that the mass starvation happening in Gaza right now has to end. But the peril we face, I want to be very clear, it's unique to us, but it's not that unique to the American story. Everywhere I've gone across this country, I have thought about the movements that many of us in this room draw courage and inspiration from. Now we know that would-be authoritarians like the guy in the White House, they're not great, but they're also not deeply creative. They engage in the same type of tactics over and over again. First, they work to try to divide us up by race, by region, by religion. Check, they're doing that. Then they use the power of the state not to help the many, but to consolidate that power with a small few group of people. Check, they're doing that. And then all of you know that they engage in what is called historical revisionism, where they want to ban books, where they're right now deleting websites, because they want us collectively to forget who the hell we are and what we are made of. But we cannot forget, and I hope you do not forget, what the hell we are made of as Americans. This is the same country where women of the suffragette movement did not have the right to vote, but they stood up across this country, engaging in hunger strikes, tying themselves to the fence of the White House, because they understood America would never be what it must be if women aren't able to fully participate in our democracy. Certainly, folks like me, who have the great privilege of being able to marry the man that I love, understand that that is made possible by folks who showed up at Stonewall, at diner counters, and who showed up on the nights after Stonewall, demanding that in this country, this great, We don't have to divide folks up by who they love or how they identify. We don't have to bully little kids who just want to play sports. And all of us, I hope, last week were thinking about John Lewis on his birthday, Good Trouble Day. And 60 years ago, folks showed up on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, over 600 people, in the face of a guy who at the time was saying segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. And now we have a guy in the White House who's saying some version of the same thing. But people showed up that day, and not just the names that we remember. As incredible as John Lewis was, I'd like to remind you, he wasn't on that bridge alone. 600 plus people showed up that day. Homemakers, faith leaders, community organizers, folks who knew that by virtue of walking on that bridge, that day, their entire life would change. They might not be able to go back to the job that they had or the community that they had called home. And so in a moment of peril, where we're standing on a bridge of our own, with the guy at the end of it, just like they did, had armed troopers, had dogs, had water hoses. Now we have mass agents absconding people off of the damn street in the middle of the day. We have to do what those folks did, to engage in a little courage. Now, courage is not about the absence of fear, and courage is also not about being able to tell the future. We know how that turned out, that march and the brutal reaction, the brutal state-sanctioned violence against peaceful protesters led to the passage of the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act and moved this country closer to what it can and must be. But they did not know what was going to happen. All they knew for sure is that there were dogs at the end of the bridge. All they could tell you for certain is that the polling for the civil rights movement at that time was in the tank. All they could tell you with the level of surety is that being there meant they were going to risk safety and security in a way that, frankly, we have not been asked to risk just yet. So what do we do in this moment? I would suggest to you this. Stop looking for the heroes of the story and just get on the damn bridge. Stop trying to figure out who the history books are going to say were the leaders of the time and just show up and lead. And certainly, don't buy into the idea that the work that you do is for nothing. There is nothing like a little bit of dreaming, a little bit of courage, and a little bit of work. That's what Voters of Tomorrow does every single day. That's what Santiago and this great team does. That's what many of you in your organizations do every single day. We are going to do what we must do to ensure that democracy doesn't die on our watch. We are not going to be scared away from standing up to this would-be king in the White House. And I have said this all over, and Fox News got a little upset with me that I compared Donald Trump to George Wallace. That was pretty unfair to George Wallace because this guy's even worse than that. But I will say this, I don't know about any of you in this room, but I am not bowing to a damn king. I'm not doing it. I'm not kissing the ring of a king. And I'm certainly not going to be afraid of a guy who's spending a lot of his free time on Epstein's island. We have an opportunity right now to stand up and to decide what our future is going to be. A future where we can drink the damn water and breathe the air. A future where we can have one good job backed up by a union. A future where we treat human rights like not a nice to have, but as a baseline for everybody, no matter who they are, or where they're from, or what they look like, or who they love. And that is a future that we're going to build together. God bless you guys. Let's get to work. Thank you.
Let's go! Come on now. Okay. And we're going to keep rocking with this.
lives after I survived the shooting at my high school in Portland, Florida, back in 2018. And to talk a little bit about the organization, back then everything happened really, really fast. We were grieving and organizing at the same time. We had to grow up overnight, really, after surviving a shooting that killed 17 of our peers and teachers and injured 17 others. And for a while, I absolutely threw myself into it. I was testifying, I was traveling constantly, I was meeting with lawmakers who clearly did not want to meet with us. And we were loud and relentless and very, very hopeful. It was kind of a hard lesson to learn that we weren't going to end gun violence in a year, which was something we genuinely thought was going to happen. But it turns out these things are marathons and not sprints. But then I was working so hard that at some point I had to stop, not because I didn't care anymore, but because I felt like I couldn't carry it all. I felt like I needed space to be a person again, myself again, because for so long I conflated my personal identity with that of being a Parkland kid. My activist self became my full self, and I'm sure I'm not the only one in this room who has felt that way before. When the work becomes who you are, it's hard to tell when the movement ends and you begin. And I wanted to be a student, I wanted to go to therapy, I wanted to do clubs at school, and I wanted to not be defined by the worst day of my life. And I say all of this to share that if you ever need to step back, there are always people that will step in and carry the work forward, and if you need rest, you should take the rest so this can be a moment or a movement of longevity. But of course, while I stepped back, for those few years, the violence continued. And the moment that pushed me back into gun violence prevention work was actually when I was studying in the UK last year. I was in classrooms with people who have survived just the most horrific things you can imagine. They grew up under authoritarian regimes, they've faced repression in the most serious of ways, and yet when we talked about gun violence in the US, they were stunned. Not just by the statistics, but by how normal it has become in the United States. And their shock made me feel ashamed. I was ashamed that this is how the world saw us. We're a laughing stock to the entire world because of gun violence here. This is a uniquely American problem, and so that shame turned to renewed anger, a sort of anger that I felt in the immediate aftermath of the shooting at my high school. And so I was done letting it continue to fade into the background of American life, and I wanted to come back. So now I'm here, and I'm leading March for Our Lives as the executive director as of a few months ago. And to be really real with you guys, and I'm sure many of you have faced this working in nonprofits and campaigns, but March for Our Lives faced a hard crossroads due to financial instability at the beginning of this year. We were basically forced to decide whether to quietly shut down or choose to rebuild from the ground up. And sometimes it's really easy to just let it go and move on, but we didn't, and we chose to rebuild. And so that's what I'm doing now, because I believe, and we believe, that gun violence prevention deserves ample infrastructure that's built to last. If this issue is going to take decades to solve completely, then we need to prepare and build a strong foundation to make sure we can withstand that work. And I still believe that the March for Our Lives name holds a lot of weight and is, the product of so many young people's starting points in their civic and political lives. So that's why I'm back, to bring more young people into the movement and really reintegrate the gun violence prevention conversation into a to our larger political and social conversation that we're having, because it seems to have dissipated over the recent years. And building is really, really hard. I'm sure everyone, again, in this room knows that, but it's the only way forward. And so March for Our Lives has a lot planned. In the coming months, we're going to relaunch a national action network for young people to plug in to trainings and toolkits, really creating easy on-ramps for people to take action in 30 minutes to an hour, making it accessible for young people who might be a little bit lower down on the civic engagement scale compared to all of you, for them to find an easy way to join in. We're going to rebuild our digital presence to make it easier for those people to mobilize fast. And we're going to launch bold campaigns that go beyond the policy and really expose the people who are enabling this violence and expose the industries actively profiting from gun violence. And one example is a pilot campaign that we just launched this week. It's a campaign focused on accountability of U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. She, back in the day, was actually the Florida Attorney General, and she stood with us, actually, after the shooting. She was actually the first elected official I personally ever met with in a formal setting just a week after the shooting, and she promised to support red flag laws, which are laws that basically make it such that firearms could be temporarily removed from individuals who pose a significant risk of harming themselves or others through a system of due process. She supported those. She supported raising the age to buy a firearm in the state of Florida. And now she has reversed course as U.S. Attorney General, stripped funding for community violence intervention programs that are proven to save lives, actually just completely gutted the budget for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. So we are calling her out and really making sure that her words follow her and she doesn't continue to get away with reversing all of the promises she made to the country and to grieving families. And so we're going to be doing a lot more of that work, but bigger next time as we continue to regrow as an organization. So this phase is about memory, really, not just of the promises made by people in power, but also the memory of those who have been impacted by this violence. Over 40,000 individuals in this country die every single year from gun violence, and gun violence has become the leading cause of death in the United States. It's not cars, it's not cancer, it's guns. And that's entirely preventable. And so we owe it to the hundreds of thousands of people who have lost their lives in this country to keep talking about the issue, refuse to let it fade, and integrate it into every space where decisions are being made. So I implore you, if you're doing work focused on education, on democracy, on racial justice, on mental health, then you're already in this fight. And I encourage you to integrate a GDP lens, gun violence prevention lens, into your work. Ask your candidates, if you're working on campaigns, to be explicit about what they're going to do to end gun violence. Talk about community violence intervention programs. Talk about the systems and the enablers of the violence. Because gun violence prevention and our movement cannot operate in a silo. We need all of you. And it's a daily part of the world we're living in, so it should be a daily conversation that we are having. So lastly, thank you all for being here, and seriously, thank you for not giving up on our country. Sometimes it's really hard to do this work, and it's really hard to keep coming back to spaces like these, but you are a leader for being here, truly. I don't mean that to be cringy, you are truly, truly honoring our country and honoring your communities by sitting here today, so thank you so much. And so long as kids are still afraid to go to school in this country, the work must continue. Thank you.
Let's give it up again for Jackie. Thank you.
Hello, voters of tomorrow. I want to thank you for everything you all are doing to organize, empower, and advocate for Gen Z. I am so excited about your work. It is critically important that we have organizations such as this who understand that we must be intentional about lifting up our young leaders and encouraging your ambition. Your generation has grown up on the front lines of so many crises, from COVID and the climate crisis to gun violence and mental health. You know what's at stake, and you are not waiting for someone else to figure it out. You refuse to be passive. Not only are you demanding action, you are actively shaping the future. And we need to invest then in your generation. I think of you the way history thought of the greatest generation. Remember when our country made a decision to invest in their future with the GI Bill, affordable housing, and economic opportunity. So we've done it before. And in this moment, I believe it is time we do it for you. So keep building your political power. Keep building community. Keep building coalitions. Keep challenging the status quo. And born out of our love for our country, keep fighting to build a country and a nation that works for everyone. And I look forward to continuing in the fight alongside you. You take care.
I'm here to say thank you to all of you for what you have done, what you are doing, and what you will do for our country. When you're making your decisions about running or helping someone else run in something, I say this again, know your why. When you know why, you can take all the heat in the world. And if you know what, if you know about it, and you have good show judgment and knowledge, you can plan a strategy for success by drawing people to you with your values, your vision, your knowledge, your judgment, and your plan to get the job done. And that's all up here, it's all in the head, but what's in the heart is what's so important as well. Your authenticity, who you are. In the history of the world, no one like you. In the history of the world, with your ideas, your courage, your vision, your enthusiasm, your passion for all of this. So you get in the arena, you're no longer a spectator. You're now the active one. You get in the arena, you've heard me say this, some of you before, you have to be ready to take a punch. And you have to be ready to throw a punch for the children. For the children, because that's what it's about. It's about the future. And the future is about the children, and it's about you. When people ask me what gives me hope in all of this, it's the young people. That you understand the future belongs to you. You have to take charge of it and help shape it. Not just following whatever's out there, but helping to make it better and more in your liking. When these new members come, I always say, here they come, the fresh recruits, just as our founders intended. Who among them will rise up in this body and lead the way? Who among them will run for other office? Who among them could be President of the United States? Well, that possibility is now so much more diverse, and that's really what is so beautiful about it. Many more. 70% of our caucus are women, people of color, LGBTQ. This is something we're very proud of. And I say to members, our diversity is our strength. Our unity is our power. So we have to stick together as we build our consensus, prioritize our issues that we're going for. They're not even issues now, they're values. They're ideals that are at stake. We have to make sure that winning the election The flag is still there with liberty and justice for all in our policies.
Hello to the voters of tomorrow. Thank you for your organizing and your mobilizing and your educating and your registering people to vote. That is awesome. It's exactly what's needed. And if voting were not important, if voting were not urgent, they would not be working so hard to pass voter suppression mechanisms all over the country. They would not be working so hard to disenfranchise people. And they would not be down there in Austin, Texas right now trying to figure out how to gerrymander us into oblivion in Texas. And then they're going next to Missouri and Ohio and Florida. So we're in the fight of our lives, my friends. Thank you for what you're doing in a lot of the civilized democracies of the world. The government makes sure everybody's registered either at birth or they register them before graduating school or what have you. Here, the government doesn't do that. So it takes us, it takes political movements and political parties to take responsibility for getting people registered, educated, and mobilized. So that's an opportunity for us to fulfill this important civic responsibility. Thank you for what you're doing. Hang tough, everybody, and go blue.
Yo, voters of tomorrow, it's Josh Shapiro, and I want to say welcome to Philadelphia. Welcome to the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection. I want to say thank you for your engagement, your involvement. Thank you for being here. Thank you for standing up to protect our planet. Thank you for standing up to protect civil rights. And thank you for working every day to try and create a more just society. I want you to know that you matter and you have real power in this process. Not just the power to organize and mobilize and affect an election, but the power to organize and mobilize and affect outcomes. The more you get engaged right now, the more people are going to listen. Listen, I'm listening. I hear you. You've got real power. Use it. And I hope that during your conference here in Philly, you talk to one another, you engage with one another, you coordinate with one another, and then get back in your communities and do the hard work necessary to defend our democracy and our fundamental freedoms. And know that I'll be with you every step of the way.
Greetings, everyone, and thank you to Voters of Tomorrow for bringing us all together. And thank you to all the incredible leaders in the room for your hard work and your dedication. In 2020, it was young voters who turned out in record numbers and elected Joe Biden President of the United States and me, the first woman elected Vice President of the United States. Because young voters showed up, we have made so much progress, historic progress, on everything from gun violence prevention to taking on the climate crisis. And this November, we will win again. And we need your support. In this election, we know young voters will be key. And we know your vote cannot be taken for granted. It must be earned, and that is exactly what we will do. There is so much at stake this November, our most fundamental freedoms, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride, and the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body without the government telling her what to do. Donald Trump has an extreme and divisive agenda for a second term. It's called Project 2025, and it includes plans to ban abortion nationwide, even without an act of Congress, to undermine LGBTQ rights, to roll back our efforts to fight climate change, and they intend to eliminate the Department of Education, including Head Start. But young people have the power to stop that from happening. Last year, I convened more than 15,000 young leaders on my nationwide Fight for Our Freedoms college tour to hear about the issues that matter most to your generation. And at every stop, it was so clear to me. Your generation is leading on the most important issues of our time. In this moment, we then each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of freedom, compassion, and the rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? Here's the thing. We each have the power to answer this question. And in this election, we are counting on you to energize, to organize, and mobilize, and to fight for our most fundamental freedoms. And we know when we fight, we win. Thank you all. I'll see you soon.
Good morning, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I am Sergio Mayer. I am the Executive Director and Founder at Voters of Tomorrow. I want to welcome everyone officially to the 4th Annual Voters of Tomorrow Summit. You know, I started Voters of Tomorrow in 2019 when I was just 17 years old. I was a Mexican immigrant. I had just moved to the U.S., and I was appalled by the rhetoric that I was seeing Donald Trump spew towards my community. And I knew that we could and we had to do better. I also knew that young people like me cared deeply and were ready to play a big role in shaping the future, if only we had the investment and the outreach that we needed to actually mobilize our generation. With the help of so many incredible young organizers, activists, students, many of whom are in this room right now, we have built Voters of Tomorrow into what it is today. We have been able to really start a generational movement that's going to change this country. So I wish I could say we have made more progress, but Donald Trump has only rammed his xenophobic rhetoric, and he seems more committed than ever to tearing families apart and using ICE as a weapon to silence political opposition and target anyone who looks or sounds a certain way. I hope that what you are seeing scares you. It should. What has been happening in Los Angeles, in Texas, everywhere, it scares me every single day, but we cannot look away. All of this means that as an immigrant, as a young person, I am more committed than ever to kicking Donald Trump out of the White House in 2028 and taking back the House in 2026. And all of that starts with young people. Voters of Tomorrow has already announced a $3 million investment into youth organizing in 18 congressional districts across the country. We hope that, let's clap for the organizers. I hope that all of you will continue to join our efforts to stop Donald Trump's agenda of hate. I hope that those of you who are not already part of a Voters of Tomorrow chapter will join one. Consider running for office. Consider kicking fascist ass in your communities, because we need the leaders in this room. The time for change is right now, and we cannot wait. So I hope that you all are as excited as I am for the incredible lineup of speakers that we have today, from leaders that I admire, like Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi, and a message from former Vice President Kamala Harris, to friends like Haley Lickstein and Aaron Parnas, who will also be joining us. Our speakers come from different backgrounds, different ages, and even different ideologies. But we are all committed to finding an understanding of the moment that we face. We are doing absolutely everything that we can to reject Donald Trump's attacks on young people, on our planet, on our loved ones, on our basic human rights, and fight back with everything that we have got. That's why this year our team is Fight for Our Future. Luckily, we are all in the fight together. So I hope you will also take time to get to know each other, to leave here with a broader community than you came in with. And of course, I want to thank all of you for being here, and I want to thank our incredible, long list of sponsors who are making this event possible. The American Federation of Teachers has supported us from the very first summit, and they are here again. We have the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, Grassroots Democrats HQ, Movement Voter Project, Flight Desk, Climate Power, Grassroots Analytics, Students Demand Action, Blue Future, Men for Choice, Leaders We Deserve, Feel Good Action, I did say it was a long list. Feel Good Action, Civitech, Courier, and Citizens United, Impactive Action Network, Empower Project, Social Current, Third Way, Path to Project, Path to Progress, Reproductive Freedom for All, The Next 50, American Accountability Network, and Way to Win. All of them are incredible partners in Defied, and we are so grateful to have you all with us. So thank you for showing up. Thank you for being here. Thank you for choosing to find hope instead of being depressed, as I think a lot of us have been. And with that, let's do another summit. Thanks, everyone.
It's so invigorating to be in the presence of the future. Thank you all for making the trek and to making the decision to make your mark on the future and to make the difference. Santiago I have been a fan of for a long time. Well, he's that young, can't be that long, but since he has been engaged in the public arena, I've worked with Mariana before. Jessica's kind remarks mean so much to me. And Eve, you don't know this, but Eve's mom is one of the great organizers in California. She works with my daughter Christine, who's here, and they had, in the past little while, to fight the big bad bill that is not anything close to beautiful, they made 300,000 calls into Republican districts, from those districts to those members. Just as a point of my always saying, we can only do so much internally in terms of maneuvering. The outside mobilization makes all the difference. So thank all of you for being part of one aspect or another of making change for the future. So where we are, I mean, this is quite a place, isn't it? I didn't realize it was so far. I would have been here earlier. In any event, here we are in a place in time. Jessica talked about her birth and where and when that all happened. A place in time. Jamie Raskin, my friend, is always quoting Thomas Paine. And Thomas Paine said, "The times have found us." Times found our founders, as he was referencing them, to declare independence, take that risk. Their lives are sacred honor. Their lives, their livelihood, and their sacred honor. To establish a country based on democracy, something that was unheard of in the world where all monarchs, based on democracy. And they wrote a constitution, thank God they made it amendable and all that. So then, Lincoln, the times found him to save that democracy, to save the union, the sacred union that our democracy had as its goal. And now the times have found us. It is not an exaggeration to say that so much that our founders had in their vision and their values and what Lincoln fought for are at risk now under this administration. When some of us have met before, it was a challenge, it was a difference of opinion, but this is quite different. So we don't agonize, we organize. And that's what this is. We have no doubt that we will win the election, for the House of Representatives in the next election. No doubt. Let me tell you though why I'm especially happy and honored to be here with each of you. When we won in 2006, we won in 2005. We had our preparation ready a year in advance. When we won in 2018, we had our plan and our preparation in 2017. And we are going to win next year because we are going to be ready this year. in just a few months, maybe, what's this, by October, certainly November, but by October, we will, with all the help of so many people working, will have taken, what's his name's numbers down. When his numbers come down, different people run. If you were a Republican, you were going to run, and the president was at 42%, then you might say, I'll wait until later if you have anything to lose. If you don't have anything to lose, we can beat you. And then on our side, we were retracting the 18. Gen Z has a really important role. Voters for the future. The future, it belongs to you. It's where you will live. So whether we're talking about having a safe planet that will exist for everyone into the future, a strong democracy for what happens into the future, fairness in our economy, a lot of that is at risk in this next election. Just for a little history, we really are here to talk about progress, but just for a little history for a moment. When we won in 06, it was the first time that we had won since 1992. Harry Reid and I were new leaders. This was our first election without a presidential, just congressional. And we said we made a decision to win, and therefore we're going to make every decision in favor of winning. At the time we made that statement, President George Bush was a patriot in our country, and we respected him. It's a lot different than what's happening now. He was at 58% in the polls. By the time we talked to the public about his plan to privatize Social Security and all that, the calls, he was at 38% in September. And that's when we were attracting our A team. First time since 1992. In 17, we had a Republican president. Every time we run, we've had a Republican president. One that back, we've had a Republican president. So in 17, the current occupant of the White House was in the White House, and we took his numbers down, and then we attracted the 18 in the following year. But it's important to be strong in the year in advance, because that's when the troops line up. We have our messaging, we have our mobilization, we need the money to do it, but they are only legs to a stool to hold up the most important part, the candidate. Now, Trump's numbers are terrible now, but they're only the second worst of a modern president. The worst of a modern president was Donald Trump in his first term. So I want you to be as hopeful and as energetic and as engaged as Voters for the Future and Santiago and Eve and Jessica and all the others have given me leadership and guidance on. Because being organized, we don't agonize, we organize. That's so important. And the beautiful diversity that I see here is such a source of strength. I say to the members all the time, our diversity is our strength. Our unity is our power. And this is about power. So know your power. Know the power of you. The next generation, the future, right before my very eyes. But you have to seize it and you have to shape it, and we'll learn from you as to the issues that are important to you in the future that you will be enjoying. I know for many of you that we've been communicating with, that listening to you, that saving the planet is important. That has no place in the agenda of the current president. In fact, the reverse is true. And I know that you care about individual rights and respect for the dignity and worth of every person, whoever that person may be. So thank you for that. Thank you for being here today. I was a little thrown off by the name of the place. Was it Throw Axe? I thought it was slow ass, but I don't know. I don't know. But it really, this time that we're here right now, last week on the 17th, Christine keeps reminding me, on the 17th of July, we observed the 5-year anniversary of John Lewis's passing. He was such a hero, and still is, but was such a guy on a day-to-day basis in the Commons. He started his political work when he was in high school, so you're never too young to get started on all of this. He also said that democracy is not a static thing, it is an action. And that's what we have to do, is to act upon our beliefs and all of this. And your beliefs may be so entrepreneurial and fresh in their thinking, it will take a different shape, and that will be a beautiful thing for our country. It was, again, the Times found him. Times found John Lewis. But this week, we are also observing the 60th anniversary of Medicaid and Medicare. This is really important to our country. Christine and I both were right at launching 9 o'clock a couple nights ago. She during the night, but everyone playing a role to have a vigil about that, because that is so important to the health, not only the physical health, but the financial health of America's working families. And this is shameful what they are doing, shameful in what they're doing. And I just say this, and it sounds disrespectful, but I feel disrespected by what some of the things they're doing for the American people. I say you listen to them speak, and it's like they pray in church on Sunday, and they talk about praying in church on Sunday, and then they pray on people the rest of the week, taking away health care, taking away food for our children, taking away money for education, and saying they have to save that money so they can give tax breaks to the richest people in America. They did that in 17. They had a bill that added $2 trillion to the national debt so they could give tax breaks to the wealthiest people at the expense of working families in our country. And they did it again worse. Now it's going to add almost $4 trillion. I didn't say billion or million. I said $1 trillion to the national debt for you to pay for, unless we put a stop to it. And that's what we have to do. That's why we have to win the election. This is about politics. It's about values. It's about ethics, ethical well-being. And so we have this 60th anniversary. It'll go until Saturday morning. And this, to me, is part of that celebration. How you will mobilize for the future. How you'll mobilize for the future. It is a glorious time. It is an opportunity for Gen Z to make its mark, for voters for the future. We learn from you. And I'm telling you history of what we did, and just to emphasize to you the importance of this year, these next 2 months. These next 2 months to make the polls, to walk the precincts and the rest of that. We have some elections in Virginia and New Jersey that are imminent, but we have to get ready again for next year, because these elections are behind us. So again, it's not always about elections. For example, this is, and I'll close with this. Did I say that already? Nothing. You know, we're having this big budget debate, and the press is always saying to me, what's it about the budget that's so important? The budget should be a statement of our national values, what we care about, what we believe in, what are our values as a country should be reflected in how we allocate our resources. Not so with this gang. What they're doing is just disgraceful, shameful, shameful. For example, nothing brings more money to the national treasury. Nothing brings more money to the national treasury than investments in education. Nothing. We have early childhood, K through 12, higher education, post-grad, if you go there, and lifetime learning for our workers. Not any of the tax cuts which they say are going to bring. That's just not true. But it is true. But education is about upward mobility, for young people to reach their aspirations, for our country to be competitive. And those are beautiful thoughts, but from the standpoint of dollars and cents, nothing brings more. And what are they doing? Eliminating the Department of Education and the Civil Rights Division, all of that. What are they doing? Depriving communities of funds. And you know who they're depriving? The poorest children, the economically disadvantaged children. Title I, boom. Places like that. That's just brutal. And people have to know, maybe they're not affected by Title I, but our society is, and our children are, and we want them all to have the brightest future that is possible, and not have the funding for education cut because the richest person in America is getting a tax cut. Cancel the cuts. Cancel the cuts. I'm with you all the way. That's what we have to do. That's our goal. Just one last thing. Just because you're taking a big bite of the apple about how you go forward in our country. When I was your age, and that was a while ago, there was capitalism that was called stakeholder capitalism. So if somebody was the CEO of the company, he probably made about 30 times what the workers made. 30 times. And they made decisions based on their shareholders, that was their obligation, but also their employees, their customers, the community they lived in. So about 30 times. Stakeholder capitalism. Now we've moved to shareholder capitalism, where the CEO of the company is making like 300 or 400 times what the workers are making. It would take some of our workers a lifetime to make what the CEO makes in 1 year. So we have important work to do about fairness and all the rest of that. How could that be okay? And even CEOs have complained about that and said that's not what capitalism is supposed to be about. 300, 400 times? And it would take, in a person's whole future. But if you go back, it would take from like the...
So I'm so happy to be here today. Thank you for having me. It's so much... Need to use the mic, too. Is that better? Yeah. All right, we're going to use the mic. All right, so thanks again for having me. I want to say, I am a candidate, not an elected official, so everything I'm going to say is basically hypothetical. But maybe I'll get elected this fall, and I think we can. We're going to do that. So you can follow that. So the other thing is I want to say is when I was thinking about what I could say to you all, the voters of tomorrow, my mind kept coming back to Henry David Thoreau and what he wrote in Walden Pond so many years ago. And here's what he said, quote, "One may almost doubt if the wisest man has learned anything of absolute value by living. Practically, the old have no very important advice to give to the young. Their own experience has been so partial, and their lives have been such miserable failures for private reasons as they must believe, and it may be that they have some faith left which belies that experience, and they are only less young than they were. I have lived some 30 years on this planet, and I have yet to hear the first syllable of valuable or even earnest advice from my seniors." So that was what I was thinking of when I was trying to figure out what I should say today. And I was also thinking maybe if you're in school or you're in college, maybe don't share that one with your professor or your teacher when you get back to school. They might not want to hear that quoted back at them. But we're here, right? So how about this? I won't tell you what the future should look like, but I will tell you what I think your elected representatives in government owe you, and then you can tell me if you think I'm wrong. How about that? All right, so let's get into it. My name is Paul Berenger. I'm a tree farmer, a healthcare lawyer. I'm an Eagle Scout. I've taught Sunday school for 20 years. I'm a father, a husband, and I'm a proud Democrat. I live in Lee County, which is just south of here, on a farm where I grew up. And I decided to run for Congress in the 13th Congressional District, which is an oddly shaped, gerrymandered district that runs all around where we're sitting right now. So from the south to the east to the north, all the way up to the Virginia border. And I decided to run because, and maybe I can get an amen on this if you guys agree with me, I literally could not take the news one more day. Amen. You know, I was tired of seeing the president skirt around, if not straight up, violate the Constitution. Amen? I was tired of seeing the people who were supposed to represent us voting really to enrich themselves and trading stocks rather than listening to the people that they serve. And I was really especially tired of seeing our Congress function more like a rubber stamp for the president as opposed to actually representing the people who elected them. Amen. So here's the thing about Congress that gets lost in all the noise. It should be more than just 435 or 535 people trying to fight for clicks and social media attention. It should be. The founders, as I think folks are maybe aware, intended that the legislative branch should be preeminent among three co-equal branches of government because the legislative branch represents the people. The people send their elected representatives to Washington and they represent on their behalf, and they make decisions about how they envision the country looking in the future. Most of y'all have grown up in a time when really we don't see anything like that from our elected officials. We see a lot of blame, we see a lot of noise, we see a lot of finger pointing, we see a lot of promises that aren't kept, and I think often they have no intention of keeping when they make those promises, and that's not right. But still, you all are here today, you're engaged, you're working hard, and that's really impressive, I think. And I'm also kind of humbled just to be here because it's really amazing, that level of commitment and excitement that you all bring to the process, and it gives us a lot of hope for the future. I really believe that. So it tells me also that you guys haven't given up on the country, and neither have I. And again, that's why I'm running for Congress. All right, so there are three things I want to talk about that I think should be a part of the political process, and I don't think they are right now, but I think really matter a lot. And they really come down to three words: integrity, responsibility, and respect. So integrity to me means doing the right thing even when people aren't looking. It means telling the truth even when it might cost you, right? It might cost you a vote or in some other way. You got to tell the truth. Responsibility means that you take care of the problems that you create. You don't pass the buck to the next generation. And respect, I think, means treating people with dignity even if you don't agree with them, right? It means also that people need to listen to each other no matter where they sit. And it means, especially for this group, that someone who's in their 50s needs to listen to people who are in their teens or 20s because they have a lot to say. So I bring up these words, integrity, responsibility, and respect, because I think they're really important for the future because, in a way, our elected representatives owe us more than just policy or program. They owe us an example that people can follow, and they're not setting a very good example right now, but I think if they paid attention to those words, that will be a good start. So let's talk about each one of those. So responsibility, the thing that I come back to again and again, and I know we ain't going to win the election on this issue, but I do think it's important, is the national debt. We're piling up pace at a rate that's very unsustainable. And what you can argue about a lot of things, but what's categorically true is that over the last 30 years, our country has spent $35 trillion, $35 trillion more than it's taken in. $35 trillion, that's an unsustainable rate, but also it's a huge burden to leave to the next generation. I think Congress needs to make decisions. They need to be honest. They need to pass budgets. They need to step up and not kick the bucket and kick the buck down to the next generation. So that's what responsibility means. And it's really disheartening to see a party that prides itself or claims to pride itself on fiscal responsibility driving such growth in our national debt, and a president who campaigned on eliminating the debt having responsibility for more than a third of that incremental growth in the national debt in 5.5 years in office. But we need a Congress that's willing to make choices, decisions, and also to be honest with the people, and they're not doing that right now. That's all about responsibility. Let's talk about healthcare too. I worked in healthcare for many, many years. I was a healthcare lawyer. I did a lot of work in the corporate world, I spent a lot of time, especially around the launch of the Affordable Care Act, helping people get enrolled into coverage by supporting and working with a number of the state-based exchanges that bring people into coverage. So I know how important having health coverage is in people's lives. And I know that in the world that we live in right now, coverage is the same thing as care. If you don't have coverage, you can't access the system because it's otherwise so expensive. And I've seen people get crushed by the system, but I think we need a Congress and elected representatives that have a heart and that care, and that really ultimately comes down to respect for our fellow citizens in creating policies and programs and supports that help people have access to health care, no matter where they sit or what kind of resources that they have. And that's especially important for folks in your generation. We need a Congress, we need elected representatives that care, and I mean to be part of that when I get elected. All right, finally, let's talk about integrity, and especially ethics reform. Let me ask you, how many of you all think it's okay for members of Congress to trade stocks based on confidential information that they receive in the course of being a legislator? Anybody think that's okay? That ain't right. We all know that's not right. Nobody thinks that's right. We should ban that. And there's a lot of other things that need to happen. And it's very unfortunate that we live in a time where ethics and integrity seem to be just thrown out the window, whether it's the $400 million plane accepted from Qatar, or the real estate deals, or the $1.776 billion slush fund, or the $2.2 billion that the president made last year, mostly on crypto deals, or the 4,000 trades that he executed in individual security stocks in the first part of the year. All of this is a terrible example when it comes to integrity, and it shows that we need rules. And that's why when I get elected, the first thing that I'm gonna do is either sign on to or introduce comprehensive ethics and integrity legislation that will ban stock trading by members of Congress, that'll get rid of dark money and corporate money in politics, and that will overturn Citizens United. Now look, the next generation is owed a debt by older folks, right? You all need a future where there's people taking action on climate change. You need a future where people are taking action and making housing affordable, because otherwise it's really unattainable. You need support on education so you can learn, get a degree, get a job, and advance in your career. You need access to maybe the most powerful thing, that is access to the vote and policies that support that, as opposed to taking away your right to vote. All of these things Congress should focus on, and I think we're gonna have a change this November that will position Congress to focus on those in a different way, and I mean to be a part of that. So here's what I'll leave you with today. This isn't about a slogan, it's really about those three words: responsibility, respect, and integrity. And if we keep those things in mind, I think that puts us in a position where we can address the national debt, where we can make sure that we're passing healthcare reform that truly works for every American, and that we have ethics and integrity in people who are elected to serve, and they really pursue the public interest as opposed to their own private interest. We can do this, and I'll say the thing that I close everything with when I'm out on the campaign trail is we're gonna win this election. And we have to win this election. And we're gonna do it together. So I really appreciate the chance to be with all of you today. I know you're from far and wide. I hope you'll check out my candidacy. I hope you'll support your local candidates that are seeking to bring change in your own homes, in your own districts. And thank you so much for your commitment to public service and to making a difference. And again, for the opportunity to be here today. Thanks, everybody.
Oh, holy night, the stars are brightly. All right, so we're actually going to a panel first. So can we give a warm welcome to Can I get a drum roll, please? All right. We are going with Organizing Through Faith with Adam Friedman, Reverend Rob Jackson, Julia Jazzy, and Nassif Majid.
Oh my gosh. Hey, everyone. Hi, hi. Oh, come on up, y'all. Oh, how's everyone feeling? Yeah? Oh, I love to hear it. How are we feeling up here? Woo! Yes.
It's hard to be nervous when you can't see them.
It's true. It's bright like the future, and I love to see that. Before we jump into the panel and introduce ourselves a little bit more, just want to say, hi, my name is Adam Friedman. I'm the campaigns director at Interfaith Alliance. I'll be your moderator for the next 30 minutes. And I just wanted to do two quick things. Mention a little bit about who we are and what we do. And I also wanted to offer a definition about something we're going to talk about today. Let's start with the second one first. So by a show of hands, who here is familiar with the language of white Christian nationalism? Oh yeah, I'm seeing like a strong 80%. Just for the sake of this panel, because we know this language has been deeply politicized, at Interfaith Alliance, we understand white Christian nationalism to be a political ideology and a cultural framework that conflates American identity with an exclusive form of religious identity, rooted in the myth that we were founded as a Christian nation and therefore enjoy special favor by God. Right? And we know that the goal of white Christian nationalism is to infuse religious and civil life. And at its core, right, Christian nationalism is anti-democratic. It incorporates white supremacy, nativism, patriarchy, and authoritarianism. And at Interfaith Alliance, we understand white Christian nationalism to be one of, if not the most significant driving forces behind authoritarianism and hate-based violence in the United States. So with that, Interfaith Alliance is a 32-year-old civil rights organization founded to counter white Christian nationalism and further pluralistic multiracial democracy in the United States. We have a booth, we have a website, we would love to work with you. Now I'm very excited, enough about Interfaith Alliance. I'm very excited to turn it over to three really incredible panelists, wonderful human beings who are leading not only their own respective religious communities, but doing this work shoulder to shoulder with a diversity of communities that define the democracy we're working toward. That's Pastor Rob, who told me to only use pastor once, so now it's Rob, Julia, and Nassif. And you're all doing incredible work. You can tell the people about it much better than I can. So I want to turn it over to y'all to share a little bit more about what your organization does and why you're called to organize through a faith lens in this moment. Nassif, why don't we start with you?
Yes, peace and blessings to everybody in the room. My name is Nassif Ibn Majid Jr., and I started and co-founded the Charlotte Muslim Caucus, which is a civic engagement advocacy group here locally in Charlotte, North Carolina, that focuses on local, nonpartisan civic engagement. Our intention is to get our Muslim community more involved in local politics, and our minority community and broader communities as well, to get more involved in local politics and hold our local officials to just and equitable policies that we feel that everybody should have. And so that's what we do.
So nice to be here with you all. My name is Julia Jassy. Honored to share the stage with you guys. I founded and run an organization called Jewish on Campus, which very much resonates with Voters of Tomorrow's mission of giving young people a platform and dictating what their future looks like. Like so many other communities, we see what it means to grow up in the wake of violence. Thinking of the 2018 Tree of Life shooting, shooting at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. Thinking about the 2017 Charlottesville Unite the Right rally. These moments where our identities were really formed and a community that grew up going to synagogue and knowing where the exits are. So we've grown up with these things, and we understand how the erosion of democracy can lead and facilitate a rise of anti-Semitism, and that the best power to inoculate against that is to use our voices to understand the hate that we're facing so that we can adequately kind of inoculate against it. So the work that we do is kind of really rooted in the same values of Voters of Tomorrow, which is we are a generation that is often praised but doesn't really get elevated to the level of decision making, and so that is what we do for the Jewish community.
My name is Rob Jackson. I'm a Presbyterian pastor, but I'm here on behalf of the North Carolina Council of Churches. And I'm really honored to be on their governing board. This is my second time with them. And I think it's really amazing. You know, they got to, they're old, and maybe I feel old on this. Y'all forgot to check my birth certificate when you asked me, but
you look great.
Yeah, yeah. But they've been around since 1935, and the roots of the North Carolina Council of Churches were that there was no place for black leaders in the church and white leaders to come together on equal ground, and that was the beginning. And so North Carolina Council of Churches does a lot of stuff now, and of course racial equity is one of those, but you know, we do a lot of work with environmental justice. We do a lot of work with health and wellness, and with maybe emphasis on mental health. There's also gun safety, and basically any place where we can show up for people in need and we get together, we do that. Because we've got 19 denominations come together, and I don't know, a lot of regional bodies within that. So we represent, over 6,200 congregations. And, the saying at North Carolina Council of Churches is in almost every community in the entire United States, that is somehow represented in that body. It's also a body that does some of the harder work in terms of being on the leading edge of social justice, because sometimes in congregational settings, people are not anxious to do that. And so the North Carolina Council of Churches tries to be on the leading edge of the most difficult conversations, and you could expect that when the leaders get together and are not being pulled back by the people who that threatens. And so, that started with racism conversations, and that's still a part of it. It's still a very important part of it. But to all the issues now, we want to bring our lens of faith and an ecumenical spirit. And I'm so excited because this is an opportunity also to have an interfaith conversation. And I'm going to tell you, I'm the one who should be honored being up here with this crew, because they are really, really impressive. And so I'll kick it back to you.
Thank you. Can we just get a quick round of applause for these amazing people? Yeah. I have to say, one thing I was personally really excited about in planning this panel is the fact that on the stage we not only have incredible organizers and advocates represented, but each person is organizing at a different level of government and society, right? National, state, and local. And the way we understand what that organizing looks like is very important, but the way we understand how they interact is crucial, right? There are a lot of reasons why I'm excited about this panel, but one of them is the role of a positive vision in all of your work, right? We know that political leaders are weaponizing religion right now through white Christian nationalist rhetoric, and all of you are using your faith, interfaith work, to be part of the solution. So I just want to ask for folks in the audience who believe in recentering love, community, freedom in our political landscape, what is faith's role in countering political extremism dressed up in this language of religion? Julia, kick us off.
Absolutely. In a time where, or when, religion is being weaponized in this way to kind of exacerbate extremism that we're seeing growing in the United States. There kind of are two main ways that we can look at it from a kind of interreligious perspective. Some of it is practical. I mean, the separation of church and state practically allows us to be able to engage fully as people in our country, whether things like prayer in schools, for example, like very specific practical issues where people of different faiths can all do the same thing because we have access to that separation. But then on the ideological level, I mean, when you look at the Jewish community, we are by and large an immigrant community. All of our families at some point in the past 100 or so years left where they came from for a reason and came here for a reason. And one of the fundamental things that brought us here was that it was unique in its ability to offer religious freedom, that it was a unique place, and hopefully will continue to be a unique place where we as a community can pray the way we want to, can eat the foods that we want to, can have off on the holidays that we need to, and can still participate fully in life, that we don't have to live kind of in an enclave, but we can be a part of culture and a part of society. And so at its best, that's really what the United States offers minority communities, immigrant minorities, religious minorities, immigrant communities, communities that want access to full kind of safety and equitable relationships to the society they live in, beyond the practical reasons why, okay, you know, there are certain things that we do differently, that if there were a religious benchmark needed to participate in social life, it's a step beyond that. It's also what we can offer the culture.
Who wants to jump in on that? That was great.
I would just piggyback, I would piggyback off of the fact that we all want these same ideals that are given to us by our constitutional rights and the pursuit of happiness, life, and liberty, and justice for all, right? And freedom of religion is one of those, freedom of faith. And we have those same, you find faith minorities all have those same issues that they want addressed, or those freedoms that they want held on to that sometimes you don't get with this white supremacist, nationalist, Christian nationalist ideology where everybody's supposed to conform to one thing. And that's just not what this country is made of. It's not what it's been made of. It's always been a community of different religions, different people, different ethnicities, all coming together to realize these constitutional truths, right? And we want that for ourselves, and we want it for our neighbors as well. So I would just piggyback off of what Jazzy really laid down.
I think y'all spoke very eloquently on this, and I think it should probably be mentioned that there's a lot of misunderstanding about what the separation between church and state actually means. It doesn't mean that if you have a public political life that you should have nothing to do with your religion. When we deal with matters of faith, all of them have implications within our community, which makes them inherently political. The divide really looks a little bit more like this. I want you to think about if all of us were in a group chat together and we had the ability and the freedom within that group chat to say what we want as long as it doesn't threaten anybody else, believe what we want, advocate for what we want, and that's the group chat rule. It would be pure chaos, right? But it would be fun chaos because we could show up for each other with our most authentic selves. But let me ask you this. If the group chat was sponsored by the Westboro Baptist Church, how does that change your feeling about the group chat? Do you still feel free? Do you still feel like everyone in there's safe? This is not about one church. What I'm saying is, you could even, let me put it on us. We could say, oh, but we'll make it Presbyterian. Presbyterians can handle it. Listen, every time that Christians have taken power and used it to make other people do what they wanted to, it has yielded horrific results. That the power of the gospel is best expressed not in claiming human power. That when we bear witness to the power that we, of the divine, that is where our real power comes from. And when we claim power and we try to make somebody else do something, that's when it gets problematic. And I think that's actually what you're seeing with white Christian nationalism. Those are white Christian nationalism is sort of like saying tuna fish. Like, I mean, there's a little repetitivism in there, but we have an issue that we have people who are really trying to be faithful. And if we hand you a Jesus t-shirt, or it could be a different faith, if we hand you a t-shirt and say, okay, you're on this team now, you belong, and we'll give you a sense of belonging, and we're going to stand up for you, then you believe that word on the front of your jersey is your ideal. But what we're seeing is that white Christian nationalism idealizes power rather than love, and rather than justice, and rather than equity.
And rather than democracy, right?
Yeah, right.
I mean, part of why I want
You're free to vote as long as you vote our way.
Right, right. Household voting, right? Part of why we wanted to start off by defining white Christian nationalism is because there are a lot of politicians right now who say Christian nationalism means you're a Christian and a patriot. And we know that's not right, you know? This is a term, an academic term, that's used to define a real political movement that we have to talk about in our country. And we know that this effort to change the definition is an effort to obscure and to contest truth. But I do want to go back to what I thought was maybe the best kind of metaphor I've ever heard, a group chat run by the Westboro Baptist Church. Because we got to talk about it, right? In the United States, increasingly, we are seeing the conditions change. We know that the conditions might have looked like that for certain communities throughout US history, and everyone is feeling it now in different ways, right? And I just want to name explicitly that because of in part Christian nationalist rhetoric, we're seeing all-time highs when it comes to threats against Jewish community, the Muslim community, the Sikh community. And in a moment when the conditions are like the Westboro Baptist Church is running our group chat, what does interfaith solidarity look like? What does showing up equitably for your neighbor look like right now?
I'll do that as long as we don't say their name anymore. I didn't mean to give them airtime.
Yeah, that was the secret agenda here.
But well, we could say let's say what it is. That the group chat we're in right now is it's got a new sponsor, and we're not on level ground. We used to talk about this as the public square, but that feels outdated language. The group chat is being run by Christian nationalists right now, and that means that it is difficult for me and it's dangerous for others. And if I care about my neighbor, if I love neighbor like Jesus told me to, then that makes it my problem too.
Yeah.
No, I agree. We all have these traditions that ground us in what morality comes from, or the morality that God would have us practice. And in my tradition, I'm sure in the Jewish faith as well, and the Christian tradition, is this notion of loving thy neighbor, right? Of respecting one another's differences, taking care of the needy, giving to the poor, right? Addressing the needs of those who are disenfranchised and oppressed. And so this is the foundation of our faith. And if this is the foundation, then it calls us to take a stake in those who we call our leaders and make sure that they uphold these principles and these this justice that we demand of ourselves. And you can't govern somebody if you don't uphold these principles, because it won't work, right?
Preach.
And so we have this saying in the Quran where God is speaking to us, and he says, he's answering a question. He says, I've created humanity with different tribes, going through different trials, going through different tribulations, different cultures, solely so that you can learn from one another. Meaning he could have made us all the same, but he's made us different so that we can get to know and learn from one another. And through that get to knowing and learning, we will have a better grounding of how we're just a part of a bigger picture that we all need to align with.
And that requires humility, right?
Yes.
I say as I interrupt him.
It was a good cutoff.
No, I love what you said, and I think it's so easy to see what that solidarity looks like in moments of crisis. So, kind of going back to the synagogue at the shooting at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, there were incredible moments of solidarity that came from that, where there was Muslim-Jewish solidarity that came out of that. Communities stood together, where churches opened their doors to services so that people displaced from their synagogue can have a place to pray. Like, we see these moments, but it shouldn't be isolated to after a crisis. Right. And that's where it comes to the understanding, that's where it comes to the conversation, that's where it comes to panels like this. And so I think the best way, again, to inoculate against a rise in white supremacy and alt-right Christian nationalism is the ability to understand our neighbors, to form communities together so that we're not only coming together in those moments of crisis, but that we're actually working to build what is the fabric of makes the country beautiful, and that's the diversity, that's the cultural expression, and that's what we each offer to create something kind of bigger than ourselves alone.
And that's so important what you're saying, because you've really articulated something that we're good in crisis at coming together, but maybe something I'm gaining from what you're saying is we need to change the threshold of what a crisis is.
We're at a crisis right now. Every day is a crisis.
If my neighbor is hungry, we say that's a crisis. Yeah. But what if my neighbor doesn't have the same access to health care? What if my neighbor doesn't have the same religious freedom? What if my neighbor is the subject of violent speech? That is a crisis, but it doesn't play the same way in the media. And we haven't acknowledged this yet. The media's got a huge role in how we interpret these things. And a really big thing that's come out of the discussion, we had a great discussion backstage. I wish y'all had seen that. One of the great pieces of that was the understanding that, I lost it now. Come back to me. I'll have that later.
You're golden. I do just want to mention here too, when we shift our thinking, and instead of just showing up for neighbors in a moment of crisis, right? Even if those crises are perpetual, if we just show up because they're our neighbor, we're building a bigger community, right? We're building a bigger we. Yeah. And one of the fundamental ideas in a pro-democracy movement, in a movement for justice, is that we are not only more powerful than they are, but the we is something huge, right? And the they is something small. Yeah.
Right? Well, and the hard part, oh man, this is the worst.
Talk about it.
Jesus. Oh, love your enemies? Come on. The building a bigger we actually means that some of they have to become some of us. And the changing of the heart is the hardest work. It is, quite frankly, much easier for me to get up here and be like, boo, Christian nationalism, than it is for me to be in relationship with someone and to experience a change and shift in how they think and feel, that we together can become more Christ-like. That's the tougher work. But building the bigger we is great, but I feel like we were building a we back there. Man, I wish the world was like us hanging out back there.
It was great.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry y'all missed it.
Hey, they could experience it right now
to the stage. Now. Like, you guys missed out on a really great
time.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, y'all are going to have to live stream that next time.
No, I want to be accountable to time here. And I want to hone in on this idea, too, of what that kind of movement really looks like. You know, this spring, Gallup found that religiosity amongst young people is rising. And it's almost entirely among young men. And the growth is concentrated among young Republicans. Young men are finding community, meaning, and oh my gosh.
It's a dark time.
I was going to say, yeah.
I missed that light back there. I could see y'all better.
Let there be light.
Yeah.
Hey, we're not going to stop because the lights go out.
All right.
We know that young men, especially young, more conservative men, are finding community, meaning, and belonging in religious spaces right now disproportionately. what aren't we offering right now that they're finding somewhere else?
Beautiful. I guess I'll start. One thing that I think the Jewish community really gets right is that our barrier to entry is pretty low. Like, yes, Judaism is a religion, and parts of Judaism are dictated by how we pray, but it's not just how we pray. It's a culture. It's a peoplehood. It's actually defined as a people. That's how we define it. It translates to nation, but it really means people. And so what that means is that we're able to come to the table with more, and that we don't let how religion might be impacted or defined in kind of a stereotypical alt-right way to be how we express that religion. Like, if you look at the numbers, in 2024, Jewish women were the second largest Democratic voting bloc after Black women. So we're seeing kind of the places where what Judaism means is not necessarily politically the same thing as what you're seeing in the polls, but we're a smaller community. We're not going to be the majority. We're tiny. And so how are we able to impart those values of how can we come together, lowest common denominator, lowest barrier to entry, and use that as an opportunity to make community for ourselves? Because if we say that religion is for the alt-right, we are acquiescing so much community. We are letting it become for the alt-right. If we leave spaces because they're being defined for us, those spaces will never be welcome for us again. And so we can't leave the table.
I would say for the Muslim community, to piggyback off, would be creating a vision and a picture of the future that can be, right? And giving people something to work towards that we can realize that is actually attainable. And far too often do we just tell people they have to vote for something, or they have to do this just because we don't want evil people to do something else. But really, we should be working towards, we have the opportunity to do good things that are going to reap benefit for yourselves and your children and your children's children far beyond your time in the grave, right? In Islam, we have this concept of sadaqah jariyah, which means that when you pass, there are only a certain amount of ways that you can get good deeds still. And one of those ways is whatever good that you leave behind, that people benefit off of. And so painting this picture of investing not only in this life, and good in this life, but good for your next life as well.
Ooh, that's sizzling in my heart. That's real. I feel like I've been taken on a journey by y'all's responses, which I really appreciate. You know, I feel like I've been hearing about what confronting white Christian nationalism looks like, but the necessity of both solidarity and leading with a positive vision in this, that's rooted in a tradition that's a historic arc, right? It's rooted in something that's fundamentally true because it is fundamentally human. And I say all of that for two reasons. One, because I think it's incredibly important, right, that there's a roadmap in that. And if I could add a little levity, I'm very impressed that we haven't mentioned the midterms once. Right? We are fighting for something that is a long arc. But I do want to bring it up because there is a sense of urgency here in this moment, right? It feels like the stakes are always incredibly high, and there is a window that is closing, right? And we can come back to what we are building in the future, but it will take decades longer, right? I want to ask y'all directly, like, what do these midterms mean to your faith communities? How do we need to show up differently right now because of what the stakes are?
I would say for our faith community, it means everything, really. It means a lot. As we see a lot of initiatives to kind of push propaganda about Muslims and the Islamic faith, and people telling us who we are without our say-so whatsoever, or even without even knowing anything about us. And then we see policies and legislatures and people in Congress and things even speak these same ills that they see on their news feeds or they see on their social media feeds, and repeat the same propaganda is very disheartening. And so we need people in office that are going to fight for justice and going to uphold the first constitutional amendment that we have and that we see that is being infringed upon in many ways with this rhetoric. And so is very important for us, and Justice Anita Earls is very important for us in this next decade or so of court rulings, and many of our elected leaders that we have campaigned for on primaries, and we're happy about some of them, but we really need to finish the job for this midterm or this general election coming up in a few. So, yeah.
Absolutely, and building off of what you said and understanding kind of where some of those threats are and kind of how Judaism plays into that is really interesting, because the same way that parts of what makes the Jewish community unique is that it's not just about how we pray, is that attacks against the Jewish community also aren't just about how we pray. A lot of it is conspiracy. So you see similar politicians to the ones that attack the Muslim community call the Jewish community, lizard people, or that there are these kind of evil overlords that are controlling the government. And if you believe that, then you fundamentally don't trust your democratic system. Because if there is an evil overlord controlling the government, then your government is corrupt. So democratic erosion and anti-Semitism go so hand in hand because of how those conspiracies manifest. And we see that in real time. So for example, the Great Replacement theory, which is this incredibly every bad thing conspiracy theory that says that Jews are promoting immigration in the United States so that the white majority becomes replaced with people of color as the majority, which is like every kind of terrible. It's anti-Semitic, it's racist, it's Islamophobic, it's all the bad things. And it leads to real violence. For example, in 2022, a shooting in a synagogue, a shooting in a supermarket in Buffalo with a predominantly black community. Look at the manifesto of the shooter, and he's all of these conspiracy theories. He is someone who believes in all of these terrible things that may start with the idea of evil overlords controlling the government, but lead to impacts for so many other communities. So when we're looking at a time of democratic erosion, and we say that anti-Semitism and the health of democracy are tied together, that's not just like a platitude, it's a real thing, because the threats that impact one community impact another, impact all of us.
All right.
I saw him take out the voter guide.
Right. So I got the theoretical and practical I want to throw at you. The theoretical first. You've got to be skeptical about how people use power, because what the political machine does is to imagine what you are the most afraid of and then weaponize your faith in order to satisfy their political needs. They don't care about your relationship with God. Let me say that again. They don't care about your relationship with God. They care how they manipulate your relationship with God so that it aligns with their wants and needs. Now, if you are aware of that, then you know you'll watch it. They'll make a one-issue thing, and they'll pull out people. And what we want to teach people is you are more sophisticated in your faith than being a one-issue voter. You should be thinking, what does love reveal? And then using that to be in conversation about what fear might be giving us. And then to ask ourselves, what is a holy justice? And holy justice doesn't just follow what is the outcome of the law, but holy justice, it means that we are all, at the end of the day, lovable and should be loved, and that my dignity is wrapped up in your dignity. And it means that if I believe that, I don't just believe that I'm made in the image of God, I believe you are made in the image of God, and that means if I care about God, I need to be caring about you too. Now, the voter guide. So this is where it gets specific. This voter guide doesn't tell you who to vote for. And you're like, well, what good is it then? What it does is it reorients your thinking. And this is where we come in that's a little different than most progressive viewpoints. Our lens is always through our faith coming out of North Carolina Council of Churches. So we can give you a voter guide, and I'll ask that maybe staff can pass these out, or you can hit us up. There are going to be full copies at the booth like this, but I imagine y'all are probably okay looking on your phones, and it's got a QR code. And so that way you don't have a bunch of trash.
And
But
Pastor, we're going to make sure everybody here
Okay, great.
who's interested can get a voter guide.
Okay.
I know we're wrapping up here.
I will take 3 more minutes, just 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
I think we're running a little over. I just want to leave everyone here with one final thought, right? We know that we are stronger together, and it is our differences that make us powerful, right? When we lean into those differences and understand them as what makes us strong as a movement for democracy, for justice, we know that winning is inevitable. Right? I want to thank you all for listening to us today. Thank you to our panelists for your sage wisdom, for all of the work you're doing. Please make sure to take a look at their work online. Know that they're doing a whole lot through the midterms. We hope you all get involved. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for being here today. My name is Luella Bunchanan and I'm the Raleigh Voters of Tomorrow chapter chair. 2 years ago, it was the general election and I desperately wanted to help out on a campaign. The mic? Great. Woo! Hello? No? Hello? I just do well. Hello. Okay, great. Okay. 2 years ago, it was the general election, and I desperately wanted to help out on a campaign. I reached out to candidates up and down the ballot, but every time I heard the same thing. You're too young. There's no space for you. You're not going to be able to help us make a difference. So instead of waiting for a campaign to take a chance on me and give me a seat at the table, I decided to reach out to an organization who is building a new table, one for young people and political advocacy. I started the Raleigh Voters of Tomorrow chapter, and since then we've hosted canvases, panels, and other Get Out the Vote efforts. And we're just getting started. We do this work because young people deserve to have a voice in the decisions that are directly shaping our futures, decisions that are affecting our right now, from the education we receive to the jobs we pursue, to if our communities thrive. Today, I have the honor of introducing someone who has always believed that all people can make a difference, the 36th Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina, Rachel Hunt. Lieutenant Governor Hunt has worked to empower young people, particularly by prioritizing childcare and early education. Through her work as co-chair of the State Task Force for Childcare and Early Education, and through her launching of her own program, Future Ready North Carolina, where she is visiting 58 community colleges across the state to help with career planning and job placement programs. She's improving the lives of thousands of students and families across the state. Lieutenant Governor Hunt has shown us over and over again that young North Carolinians are the future, not an afterthought. So please join me in welcoming North Carolina's Lieutenant Governor, Rachel Hunt.
Oh, we need this one. I don't need that one. All right. Ooh, there's no light up. Can the lights be turned on? I just have to see my speech. Sorry. Okay. And I'm going to do this. I just need lights. Sorry. Okay, great. Sorry, you all. Good afternoon, everyone. Aw, it's wonderful to be here with you all today. Thank you to the Voters of Tomorrow for bringing together so many young leaders from across North Carolina and around the country. Looking around this room, I see organizers, advocates, and future public servants who care enough to show up, and that gives me a lot of hope. People often ask me why I decided to get involved in politics. The honest answer is that I grew up watching someone who believed public service was about people. When my dad was elected lieutenant governor, He was the youngest person ever elected to that office in North Carolina. There were people who wondered whether someone that young was ready for the job. He spent the next 20 years in public office proving that leadership isn't about age. It's about showing up. It's about listening. It's about earning people's trust. That's a lesson I've carried with me every day in this job. As Lieutenant Governor, I've had the opportunity to travel across North Carolina. I visited community colleges, public schools, small businesses, family farms, military communities, and neighborhoods that don't always get the attention they deserve. And everywhere I go, I meet young people who aren't waiting for the permission to lead. They're organizing food drives. They're mentoring younger students. They're starting businesses. They're speaking out about issues they care about. They're registering voters. They're already making their communities stronger. Sometimes we talk about young people as if they're the future. The truth is, you're already shaping North Carolina's future. That's why your voice matters. That's why your vote matters. Here in North Carolina, we know every election matters. Listen, I won my first election by 68 votes. So every vote matters. We've seen races decided by even fewer than mine. We live in a state where every conversation and every vote can make a real difference. But I hope you never think your role ends on Election Day. Democracy is about so much more than voting. It's about listening to your neighbors. It's about asking questions. It's about being willing to serve your communities, even when it's hard. People ask me all the time, how do we build a stronger North Carolina? I think sometimes we overthink it. We build it by showing up. We show up in communities that have been overlooked. We show up for people who don't always agree with us. We show up ready to listen more than being ready to talk. And when we do that, we earn trust. I think that's especially important right now. People are tired of politics that feels like a performance. They're looking for authenticity. They're looking for hope. They're looking for leaders who care more about solving problems than scoring points. I've always believed that leadership starts with listening. The best ideas don't always belong to one generation. They come from people willing to learn from one another. That's why events like this matter. You're building relationships across campuses, communities, and states. You're learning from leaders who came before you, and you're helping shape the leaders who will come after you. That's how change happens. One conversation at a time, one community at a time, one voter at a time. So my challenge to each of you is simple. Keep showing up, keep asking questions, keep listening, and when it's time to vote, make your voice heard. Not because someone tells you to, not because you know your voice belongs to shaping the future, because it does, and shaping this country. North Carolina needs your ideas, North Carolina needs your leadership, and North Carolina is worth showing up for. Thank you, and keep up the great work.
All right, everyone. So that is the end of the first day of programming. But what we are going to have is a local band, the Wallabies, a bunch of UNC students.